time. If you want to like let your dogs
No,
out
they're
or
fine for
whatever,
now.
it's fine.
No,
We got probably a couple
no.
minutes before somebody shows up.
Okay. Yeah, like you haven't brought me on yet or anything.
We've
I'm in
got
the
to.
background, right?
No, I brought you on already. No, you're in the
Oh,
you're in the show. So we got one viewer so far. I don't see any comments. The StreamYard's delayed, but I'm
oh,
gonna wait for possibly one more to come in before I start my wonderful presentation and my video.
time of day too. It's 7 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, maybe we should have done it a little later.
What?
Who knows?
Oh, depending on how many people come in, we still could.
Who knows?
Depending on how many people come in, we still could. I'm hearing a delay now.
Yeah, there's a delay. I was just checking to see if there's any live people in my chat, but it appears not. Yeah, okay. Well, let's see who comes. Let me text Wendy real fast.
Yeah, I mean, if it's too early, you can always just reschedule it and do 2 more hours. I
Nah.
hate to. I think.
Oh, it's Wendy. Wendy's here. Hey, Wendy. Oh, shoot. All right. We at least have 2 people watching, so that's good news. So let me share my screen because I have a video that I want to play first.
Hi, Wendy.
Okay, so we have South Carolina here. This is Representative Collins.
Are we supposed to hear him?
Yeah, we're watching this.
I don't hear him, but maybe that's because I'm not on YouTube. Can anybody else hear what he's saying?
I have the volume all the way up.
I can't hear it, but that's okay. Can Wendy hear it? No, Wendy can't hear it either.
Okay, let me try it again. Well, anyway, so this is South Carolina Republican Neil Collins. He's currently in South Carolina. There is a 5 or 6 week ban on abortion, and during the second week of it becoming into law, he got a phone call from a doctor saying woman was about to lose her uterus due to the fact that at 15 weeks, her water broke. And the treatment of care is to have an abortion because it's a non-viable fetus. But unfortunately, because of South Carolina law, the heartbeat is the determining factor on whether they can abort the fetus or not. So the doctor was worried because she has a 50% chance of losing her uterus and a 10% chance of dying because he can't do anything. So, yeah, really big, and he's now regretting, he's a Republican, he's now regretting his decision for voting for the 6-week ban because there's not enough amendments to it to protect women. So, and he's losing sleep over it, apparently, because a woman has lost her uterus because of this. Okay, where did you go, Kevin? So, I don't know where Kevin went. So, oh, wait, he's back.
Sorry.
I don't know what happened. And so, when she lost her uterus, she's 19 years old. She's no longer able to have children. And she actually wanted to have this baby. And now she's not able to have any children ever again. Because the standard of care and the treatment was an abortion, and they couldn't do it because the fetal heartbeat was still active. So pro-life, I think. I don't know. I don't know where, you're muted, Kevin. It is devastating, Wendy. For somebody who wants to have children later, it is a very devastating news that they can't receive the health care that they want.
I'm back.
So,
I was just muting. Sorry.
It's okay. So yeah, it's, this is not the first story I've heard since the overturning of Roe.
Yeah, I was going to say, so your whole decision to do this today was just because of, obviously, the huge...
There's a lot of misconceptions out there, okay?
Right.
People believe that abortions are saving healthy, viable children, and you'll see, I'm not going to try to convince you now. I have a slideshow presentation with numbers and statistics, and you'll see why, abortion is necessary. It's needed.
Yeah, because I know a lot of...
It's so hot and humid. Go ahead.
A lot of... Oh, my dog's barking. Sorry about that. Kayla wants to weigh in on the subject. No. It's something I've never really given a lot of thought about, the whole subject. But ideally... sorry. It's one of those things where somebody like me always, I guess, just thinks initially that abortion is, the majority of the people who are getting abortions are the people who are irresponsible, and they, either having unprotected, activities with their partner or such, and just kind of like an oops and an oops and an oops and an oops. And so a lot of people out there think that it's irresponsibility, and it's the people who are getting the abortions, they're treating it almost like a form of after birth control.
Well, I'm going to assure you that those people who are using it as a form of birth control, it's one expensive birth control. Insurance
doesn't pay for it. Yeah.
No, insurance doesn't pay for it, and it's not covered under any state funding. Most state fundings, I should say. It's not covered under most state fundings. It's not covered under insurance. It's not covered under Medicaid federally. So yeah, it's one expensive treatment, and just the abortion pills alone are $600, and that's not including, like, that's the pills. That's not including like going to have to go get the physical procedure, which can range anywhere from $1,500 to $8,000. That's a lot of money.
Yep. Well, see, like once again,
I mean,
a lot of people.
it's less money than having a baby, but it's a
Yeah,
lot of money to come out of pocket.
I think the misconception. I've learned some things since you've sent me some things to read. Even though obviously we're going through this whole thing, but a lot of people are under the impression that insurance pays for all this if you have insurance, and so there is no cost to your average person unless you meet, well, I don't want to steal your thunder, but I know there's some criteria that you have to meet in order to have it covered. But
Yeah, and I will go through that in my slideshow. There
yeah,
are
yeah,
exceptions to the rule, but they're very limited exceptions. Very limited, actually. And we'll go through it in my slideshow. I wanted to have a little to see where you are before
yeah.
I start into the slideshow.
I was always one of those people that I was like, well, I guess I considered myself pro-life just because, on the surface, you hate to see, you know, a uh, a life taken for, like I said, reasons of, well, this just isn't convenient. But
Well, yeah,
that's obvious, and I know some people out there that's how they think. And before I knew a little bit more, that's kind of how I thought.
well, yeah,
Maybe that's
and
your
a lot of
average
people.
person might think that. Yeah, because without any information, you think, what's the
So
big deal
yes,
here?
yeah. Well, and I'm gonna get to all this information in my slideshow, but I just wanted to kind of just let people know that there's two sides of the coin, and there's a balance that needs to be had. And by taking away the ability to have an abortion, you're actually really infringing on women. And you'll see. And I want everybody to stay open minded, whether you're pro life or pro choice. I want everyone to stay open minded until I show you the facts. And then I want to hear, after you've seen the slideshow, what version you're on. Because there's a lot of information that's just not being put out there, and for even me to put together this slideshow, it took hours because I had to dig in medical journals and read the whole thing to find my answers. And not a lot of people do that. They just look at CNN and they just look at Fox News and they're like, oh, these women are just having an abortion because they feel like it, because that's the agenda, And that's actually quite the opposite, and you'll see. You'll see. Are you ready for the slideshow, Kevin? Yes?
I am ready for the slideshow.
All right, so I'm going to mute, and I'm going to ask you to mute, and I'm going to be talking through the slideshow, but I'm going to ask you to mute
Okay.
so we can go through this. And afterwards, we're going to have a discussion. So here comes the slideshow. All right. So this is a pro-life, pro-choice debate with Kevin the IT guy. And disclaimer, due to the graphic nature in some of these slides, discretion is advised. This is the pregnancy chart from 4 months all the way to 9 months. And here we go. So this is one misconception that most people have, that, abortion is covered under insurance. And in fact, the HIDA Act of 1980 prohibits the expenditure for any abortion funds authorized or appropriated by federal law, or funds in any trust fund to which are authorized or appropriated by federal law. It prohibits the use of federal funds for any health benefit coverage that includes abortion. Currently, federal funds cannot be used for abortion services, and the plans to receiving federal funds must be kept segregated from any funds of abortion services. The exclusions are of such prohibitions of an abortion is if the pregnancy is a result of rape and incest, a woman suffers from a physical disorder, injury, illness, or including life-endangered physical condition caused by or arising from the pregnancy itself that would place her in danger or of death unless abortion is performed as certified by a physician. And there is amount of paperwork that needs to be done for them to actually receive this coverage. Some states do cover abortion in their state Medicaid. And the orange states are no coverage at all, no federal or state. And these grayish states, New Mexico, California, Washington, and Oregon, Illinois, Maine, these states do cover it in their federal, or their state Medicaid, not the federal. So most of the U.S. is not covered for funding at all. As you can see, 34 states out of 50 don't cover it at all. You have to pay for it out of pocket. So the typical cost of an abortion in the United States. Abortion pills cost $5.35. The average cost of medical abortion pill up to 10 weeks is $5.35. Could be $1,600 or higher, depending on the state or provider. Suction abortion is roughly about $5.08. The average cost for an early suction abortion is between 5 and 12 weeks. It's about $5.08 and could be as high as $9.55. A D&E abortion cost, which is a miscarriage gone wrong, is $500. The cost of a D&E abortion from 9 to 20 weeks is between $500 and $3,000 or more. And a late abortion cost is $8,000, which is around 24 weeks, 16 to 24 weeks. A late abortion costs are between $8,000 to $15,000, and you can find this at pregnancy-decision-online.org. So, yeah, it's pretty costly to get an abortion. It's not cheap. It's actually a very expensive form of birth control. In 2019, 629,898 legal induced abortions were reported to the CDC from 49 states. The only non-reporting state is California. And this is off of the cdc.gov. You can find it right here. The provisional number of pregnancies for the United States in 2019 is 3,745,540. It's down 1% from 2018. The general fertility rate was 58.2% of births per 1,000 women aged 15 to 44, which is down 2% from 2018, meaning this is how many pregnancies make it to birth. Okay, 58.2%, which is going down dramatically year to year, which is another record low. The United States birth mortality is the worst in the world. It's one of the worst in the world. So, as you can see through the cdc.gov. A spontaneous abortion, also known as a miscarriage, is defined as a loss of pregnancy less than 20 weeks of gestation. The American College of Obstetrics and Gynecologists estimates it's a common form of pregnancy loss. It's estimated as many as 26% of all pregnancies end in miscarriage. As you can see, I told you there's graphic nature. These are miscarriages that happened at home. The one over here is 7 weeks. Here is
that
8
first
weeks.
one, I thought it was cranberry from like Thanksgiving or something.
No,
it's
it's
terrible.
not.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That wasn't funny, but
So, out of 3,745,540 pregnancies in 2019, if you calculate 26% ending in miscarriage according to the ncbi.gov, 973,840 potential miscarriages in 2019. So, septic abortion refers to a pregnancy loss accompanied with an intrauterine infection. Although common, a septic abortion can be life-threatening, with a fertility rate of 40 to 60% in the first trimester, as you can see through the ScienceDirect.com. So 40 to 60% of abortions from this 973
is it
is
4%?
due to
40.
40.
6%?
No, 40 to 60
Okay.
percent of.
Okay.
So 40 to 60% of miscarriages from this 973 number need an abortion because of sepsis, septic shock. So it's real, people. Not everybody can miscarry at home. So now we move on to the next subject, which is an ectopic pregnancy. An ectopic pregnancy was responsible for 6,450 deaths among females 10 to 54. That's 12.2%. Increased since 1990. There were a total of 6.6 million ectopic pregnancies globally in 2019. A 10% decrease since 1990. An ectopic pregnancy is defined as a pregnancy occurring outside of the uterus. 0% chance of viability. And in the U.S., about 1 in 50 pregnancies in the United States is ectopic. And you can see this information on healthdata.org and marchofdimes.org. So if you take the 3,745,540 pregnancies in 2019, you average about 2% being ectopic. You know the word, I can't say it. 74,911 abortions are possibly ectopic out of the 629,898. And as you can see,
under the new laws, obviously, the woman would be forced to carry the baby. Because
she's got to be on her deathbed in order for them to change.
Okay.
Or to take this thing out of her. So as you can see, pictured below, this is an ultrasound of an ectopic pregnancy. It's non-viable. It's never going to survive. Shit. Sorry. And this is what it looks like. It's just a glob, you know. And in fact, in Missouri, getting an abortion for this type of pregnancy is a Class A felony or considered murder.
Wow.
So you have,
to me, should be allowed.
You have a 95% chance of death for committing. In Missouri, you have a 95% chance that you're going to die or be convicted of murder for having this type of pregnancy. So yeah.
You'd be forced to, roll the dice and hope it doesn't kill you.
There's a 95% chance of death, as you see right here. So you're not the 5% chance of living? I'm sorry, that's a small fucking number.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take my chances.
No, I've seen commercials too about, for elections and stuff, locally and things like that, where women are coming on. And I think it is surprising people because they're saying, one commercial is like, I chose to terminate after a certain time because my son would have been born and he would have suffocated within 3 minutes of being born. So that's the reason why we did it. And under these new laws, I would be prevented from doing that. So
Right, right.
yeah,
So
yeah, this is
there,
all interesting information that your average person, who I think I kind of feel like I speak for, maybe. I'm just an average person that doesn't have kids, never had kids, and this is really surprising because yeah, they don't tell you these stats in there.
no,
You know.
and these are very hard to find. They're very hidden. It took me 4 hours to create this.
Mm.
So let's move on. Rape and rape-related pregnancy by the numbers. Almost 3 million women in the U.S. experience rape during their lifetime. The prevalence of rape is similar across racial and ethnic groups: Hispanic, white, non-Hispanic, black, non-Hispanic, and other non-Hispanic. 18 million women have experienced vaginal rape in their lifetime. A woman who is raped by a current or former intimate partner will most likely to report is 26% compared to those raped by an acquaintance, which is 5.2%, or a stranger, which is 6.9%. So not all rapes are reported, as you can see. Of women who are raped by an intimate partner, 30% experienced a form of reproductive coercion by the same partner. Specifically, about 20% reported their partner tried to get them pregnant and did not want them to stop, and tried to stop them from using birth control. About 23% of the women said their partner refused to use a condom. Woman raped by an intimate partner who reported rape was significantly more likely to have experienced reproductive coercion compared to women who are raped by an intimate partner but did not become pregnant. And this is from the CDC.gov. So currently, this graphic chart in 2019 is per state how many rapes were reported, and the percentages of rapes that went further than the report. So here's where you can find this graph. It's bjs.ojp.gov. The national rape pregnancy rate is 5% per rape among victims of reproductive ages 12 to 45. Among adult women, an estimated of 32,101 result from rape each year. And that you can find this at pubmed.nbcin.gov. This is the stages of rape trauma syndrome. Acute occurs soon after sexual assault, categorized as express, controlled, or shock disbelief. Outward adjustment occurs after the acute phase, can last weeks, months, or longer. A victim doesn't appear to be traumatized anymore, but definitely still is. Okay. The resolution or is the final stage of rape trauma syndrome. Victims come to terms with an assault and work to move on. Now we get to the good stuff, I guess. And nobody wants to talk about rape. It's not a very easy subject. So, approximately 4% of U.S. abortions occur in desired pregnancy, many resulting from fetal abnormalities. You can again find this at pubmed.ncbi.mlm.gov. Out of the 629,898 abortions performed in 2019, 4% would result in 25,196. And these fetal abnormalities would be anencephaly, which means you have no skull; cranial synthesis, meaning you don't have a head; open spina bifida; caudal neopore, which means you have no spine; neurial groove, which means you're just like, you can see, the anencephaly, which is right here on the bottom; anencephaly and closed spina bifida. So these are usually the reasons why people have an abortion. Most of these children will not survive once the cord is cut.
So in a lot of these states, where they are going with the overturned Roe versus Wade, this stuff doesn't even come into play.
No, in fact, because the life of the woman is not at risk, these women would have to carry these fetuses to term and watch
And
them
then
die
have,
as the cord is
I
cut.
was going to say, and then have to deal with the trauma of that. Oh, that's pretty bad. Wow.
Yes. So now we're going to move on to fetal women who have high risk that could turn deadly. In 2020, 860 women were identified as having died maternal causes in the United States compared to the 754 in 2019. The maternal mortality rate for 2020 is 23.8% of live births compared to the rate of 20.1% in 2019. So if you take the 375,540 pregnancies and you take this 20.1% that they said right here at the cdc.gov, the potential risk of possible death is 752,854. 9%, according to this material, is a possible health risk. So that would equal out to about 69,263 abortions for health or life of the mother. So, and this chart right here talks about the timing in which these things present. Either before delivery is 30.5, day of delivery 16.8, 1 to 6 days in is 18%, 7 to 41 is 21%, 42 to 300, the 365 is 13.2. So it looks like the majority is just before delivery that these people experience this. So based on the data provided, let's see, based on the data that's provided in these previous slides, here's a rough estimation of where the number of abortions in 2019 should be allocated. A reasonable margin of error in these numbers would be about 5% up or down in any given category. So you can see the ectopic, which is 0% viability, is 74,911. 45 I had to do a reasonable number here for 45%, even though it's between 40 and 60% of miscarriages need an abortion. That would be about 438 to 228. If 2% of rape and incest seek abortion, that would be 624. Abnormalities in the fetus would be 25,196. The health or death risk of the mother to carry to term is 69,263, which is leaving 3% of abortions being used as birth control. 3% in 2019.
Whole different thing than the general consensus is that the majority of them are irresponsible people using it as birth control when the stats
Say
obviously
otherwise.
say otherwise. Wow, that's pretty eye-opening. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and except for the miscarriage thing, I couldn't find it in a medical journal, the percentage of miscarriages ending up in abortion. Everything is from the .gov, a .org, or a medical journal. I haven't given you anything that is from a .com, CNN, nothing. So
Yeah, this is all right from reliable websites. Wow, that. See, I think if your average person knew all this, they probably would be really scratching their head, like I'm scratching my head, thinking, they're missing the mark on the whole issue. It's not about the 3%. It's about, yeah.
yeah, well, the
It's
3% is totaling 21,676 in 2019. That's
That's
not
not
a
the
lot,
majority. No,
really.
that's not the
That's
majority of
not the
them.
majority.
No,
No, it's really not. It's a
it's
basic consensus that everybody thinks that it's the, Susie's going to get an abortion because she had relations with Bob and was irresponsible, when clearly that's not the case, as you
wow.
can see. So, abortion is healthcare, guys and gals, and
Yeah,
non-binary people. But
I don't think I would if
and some
I
people, and
my
you know,
partner was pregnant with all those kind of crazy health issues with the baby. I don't think I would want to put mom and baby through that. That's pretty bad. But
exactly. So
some places are going to
some
abortion.
people have controversy on the rape and incest. They say that these babies should have to carry to term. But even if you add these two numbers together, that's only 4%. You
Of
know
the
what I mean? Of the
yes.
total abortions ever performed. So still,
Well, yeah, interesting.
4% is
When I
not a
s-
lot.
no, and I mean, I think it's good that a lot of the advertisements that are gearing towards people who are running for office in various states that you know might be for it, that there are women coming on kind of presenting this kind of stuff to people, and people are probably kind of either in disbelief or shocked that oh wow, you mean they're gonna force somebody to carry a baby to term that's basically doesn't have a head
Yeah,
or
and
can't survive
that
outside.
actually,
Yeah,
so let me
wow.
continue, but
Okay.
yes, they would make that person carry to term now because of some of the laws in some of these states. Half the states actually are
That's,
gearing up to ban abortions.
and what's the cost to the healthcare system for all this too on top of it? And
Oh, we're getting there.
we'll talk about the mental health to the mom too. Not
So
having to right.
many states have decided that 6 week is the, 6 weeks is the ban. So this is a live scale model of a baby in the womb at 6 weeks in somebody's hand. This is a 3D model of this is how big 6 week old embryos are in the womb. So
That's pretty
yeah,
small.
they're finding this right here to be more powerful than the living, breathing woman. So
Yeah,
here,
that's
because it has a heartbeat, according to them. But let's get further into this. At 6 weeks, an embryo does not have a fully formed heart. Rather, it is a cluster of cells that eventually form into a heart that emits electronic signals, which can be detected on the ultrasound. The heartbeat sound that is on the ultrasound is actually generated by the ultrasound machine itself
ooh,
during that time period. So it's not an actual heartbeat. It is the signal from the ultrasound machine bouncing off the chambers of the cell, the fetus. And you can find that information on healthline.com.
that's very small.
Yes.
I mean, the size of that surprises me because once again, I would think if someone said, how big do you think a 6 week old, I wouldn't think it's the size of, yeah, that little.
That little pea?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like,
Or
little,
half
right,
a pea? Half a
right.
pea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
That's,
we should.
wow. This is kind of mind blowing here.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
I'm like, whoa, okay.
Texas and Ohio have a 6 week ban currently. And they find this little thing right here that you see pictured to have more rights. This is technically a human being in Texas and in Ohio. This is a living, breathing person in Texas and Ohio. Interesting, huh?
Very interesting. Wow. Hmm.
So, yeah. Shall we continue? So, out of that 3% of children who are aborted because of birth control, 71% of that number is actually parents that already have multiple children. And can't afford another one. So, overall, the average child care cost for one child in 2021 is $694 a week for a nanny. and up to $565 a week in 2019. And $226 a week for child care or daycare center.
I think it would be higher than even 226.
Keep going. Let me keep going. Up to $182 a week and $221 a week for a family center. Up to $177 a week. This is from Care.com. As you can see, this wonderful spreadsheet. This is the cost of one child in 2021 and in 2020 or 2019. This is the cost of two children in 2021 and 2019. So this is for a nanny, child care center, family care center, and after-school babysitter. It's half their, for a nanny, it's all their wages, considering, you know, the national average income is, you know, the national minimum wage is $7.25. That's their entire week's income. And 75% of abortion patients in that 3% category are poor or low income. And, well, I'm sorry, 59% already have one child. Out of, oops, it should say 3%. I'm sorry, it's a typo. Out of the 3% of abortions performed in 2019 for birth control, 59% already had one child at home and could not afford another. And the typo is, it's not 37,000 abortions. I believe it's whatever number it was on the previous slide that could have been preventable.
So that's your oops category, for lack of a better term. But
yeah,
responsible people that are married and maybe already have kids, and maybe they didn't think they could have another one, and I don't know.
And most of these are the condom failed, the birth control failed, you know.
Yeah.
Out of these abortions that could have been preventable if we had programs that are suitable to help the mother, like daycare, healthcare, and even higher wages.
Yeah, then they choose to have them, I guess. Okay.
Give me 1 second. I need to turn on a fan. I'm getting hot.
Interesting. This is interesting data. Me being a data person, it's like, whoa. Huh.
So currently, on average, the cost of childbirth in the U.S. without complications is over $13,000. This includes standard pre-delivery, post-delivery expenses, and faculty fees and doctor's bills. The cost of giving birth significantly rises if you have a cesarean, C-section. You'll pay between $22,000 for standard pre-delivery and post-delivery expenses. These figures assume that there's no complications, which cause childbirth costs to skyrocket. Nearly 10% of babies in the U.S. are born premature, which is dangerous for the mother and the child, significantly increases healthcare costs. According to the March of Dimes, a premature baby spends 25.4 days in a specialty care nursery at an average cost of $144,692. The cost of a childbirth will, of course, vary by location. The hospital charges for vaginal delivery can fluctuate between states such as more as $30,000 to more than $50,000 for a C-section.
Ooh.
So yeah, it's expensive to have a baby. It's not cheap, and this is some of the things. And then we're getting into formula costs here, okay? First you have the baby, you spend it could be anywhere between $13,000 to $50,000. And then you gotta feed the baby when when it's born. And look at the prices of these. $49.99, $40.99. The cheapest one on here is $17.54 a box, or like just a can.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Wendy, we're getting there, Wendy. We're getting there.
The cost is definitely expensive, so
it's about, you see the per fluid ounce, it's like 19 cents all the way up to 32 cents a fluid ounce here. You know, it's expensive, man. So you can find that wonderful graph on hopkinsmedicine.org. So if you take that table, we're going to go with the average cost and average ounces on how much it's going to cost to feed that baby once it's born in the first 5 months of its life, if you cannot breastfeed. And as you can see on this table, this is how much a baby should eat right here between its first month all the way to 5 months. And I've calculated an average daily ounces and an average cost for these daily ounces. So daily cost to feed. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And look, first month, second month, third, fourth, fifth, you're talking almost $1,366.95 to feed your kid for 5 months of its life. That's a lot of money.
Oh,
You
sure.
know? So, yeah, these poor and lower class women struggle to feed their kids. And here's why.
That's where, not being devil's advocate, or what's the word for it? Just stating a fact. A lot of people probably look at something like this and they don't feel bad for the family because it's a healthy baby, and they for whatever reason they're bringing it into the world, but at least it doesn't fall into the category of the previous slides, like the horrendous health issues. Or so I look at this and I think, yeah, there probably should be some better programs to help people who have healthy babies that can't afford them, make it more affordable.
And if those programs existed, that 3%, I guarantee you would go less than 1%. You know, if they had access to health care and access to even healthcare and daycare, that would bring the cost down significantly for these families. You know what I mean? And these people would probably choose to have their baby. Like, you know what? I'm definitely having my baby. So here's a general breakdown. The average diaper cost can anywhere between 20 to 30 cents a diaper. Assuming your baby uses 2,500 to 35 or 3,000 diapers between its first year of life, you can expect to spend between $500 to $900 for an annual supply. That's a lot of money. That's not including the wipes. All things considered, the cost of baby wipes.
Oh, the supplies. Oh, yeah. We won't even go into clothing and education and yeah. Oh yeah. No, kids are expensive. I think everybody realizes that. That's in a perfect world, they're expensive.
So all things considered, the cost for baby wipes during the first year would cost between $120 to $547. An average cost of $10 to $45 per month, and between 2 cents and 6 cents a wipe. Where you fall in this range would depend on what type of wipes you use, how you purchase them, and how often your baby needs a diaper change, and how often you use them for other things other than diapers. So, now we get to an annual cost of babies. Okay?
This is making me glad that I never had kids. My dogs don't cost me this much.
The essential costs differ from every state. They could be as high as $29,000 annually in the District of Columbia, or as low as $13,000 in the state of Mississippi. Parents might want to consider relocating to states that would give them higher incomes combined with lower local prices. So yeah, it's expensive to have a baby, man.
Nowadays, like every state is getting expensive for everything.
So here are some of the news stories that you will find in the 2 months post Roe.
Oh, yeah, that top left one, goes back to, yeah, see, to me, that's somebody they should not be. That's the side of this that, the powers that be don't want to let everybody know about. They're keeping that kind of quiet.
So a woman in Texas has carried a dead fetus for 2 weeks because of a Texas abortion ban. She had to literally get into septic shock before they would do anything. Which, as you can see, there's a very low percentage that you're going to keep your uterus, as previous slide says. In
So
Indiana,
you could become sterile just by delivering a baby like that because your whole system will get messed up.
if you end up in septic shock, yes, absolutely.
Wow.
I think it's like 10% chance that you'll lose, or over 50% chance that you'll lose your uterus, and 10% chance that you may lose your life.
Yikes.
An Indian doctor had to give an abortion for a 10-year-old. And 10-year-olds don't have the necessary pelvic bone to have children, so it literally rips them apart
Hey.
having children. A lot of people don't. They think that once you have a period, you're eligible to have children, and you should have children if you. No, it'll actually sterilize that 10-year-old for the rest of her life. And in fact, traumatize her for the rest of her life. This was never in the newspaper, but this is somebody I follow. She had an ectopic pregnancy in Missouri. She lost 1,000 cc's of blood, had to have tubes shoved down her throat, and now she has no uterus. And this is the scars that she has.
Yikes.
This happened 2 weeks post-Roe, as you see. An abortion ban may force a Louisiana woman to deliver a headless baby. A Florida court rules that a 16-year-old is not sufficiently mature enough to have an abortion. And the South Carolina person that I tried to show in the beginning of this, but there was no sound, and I apologize for that. Lawmaker chokes up after describing a teen who's at risk for losing her uterus due to an abortion ban he voted for. There are many more stories out there that didn't make the news since the 2 months post-Roe in 2022. In fact, I know of at least 14 personally that I'm not allowed to share in this live.
So with the elections coming up, there are some states, some states are going to decide between whether they're going to allow abortions like they always have, or go with the Roe versus Wade based on what people vote for or whatever representative gets in.
Basically, yes.
And then there's some that are just going to say no across the board or yes across the board.
In Indiana, they've already banned abortion. Unless there's a serious risk to your life. Meaning you have to lose almost half your blood supply. To 3/4 of your blood supply before they can do an abortion. Which means you have 14% chance of living.
Yeah, this is pretty shocking information, to somebody like me who, once again, one of those people that always thought.
I know of 14 personal experiences.
I never would have categorized the medical side of this as even being part of it, but it is a part of it.
Yeah, it's a major part of it.
It's a major part. So the women that are getting upset about being forced to have a baby, it's not because they're
trying to save the women that are going to have
major complications by having a baby that's pretty much doomed from the get-go because of these weird health.
And 42% of pregnancies result in doomsday. 42%.
Wow.
42% of 3.5 million in 2019 is 1.1 million are subject to doom and death.
Wow.
Death can be a result of that. And we are the worst country in the world for fetal and mortality for the woman. One of the worst countries in the world. I think we even surpass fucking Africa, for fuck's sake.
A third world country for all lack of, right? I mean, a lot of
Right.
Not all of it, but. You
want to hear something even more sad, Kevin? The Taliban The Taliban, you know, the one that we had a war over because they were oppressing
Mm-hmm.
their women, they have more rights to an abortion than most states.
Wow.
You know, that whole Iraqi war that we just got out of, like
Yep.
this year, was because it was oppressing their women? Yeah, yeah.
Well,
They have more rights than half the country to have an abortion than half the country. Half the country. Does that tell
once
you something?
again, yeah, it's an example of government. Just
Yeah, it is unbelievable, Wendy. It's very unbelievable.
they're
We
not.
fought an entire war for years because of the oppression of women. And then what do? We overturn Roe. And I'll get into the overturning of Roe in a minute, but let's just continue with the slideshow. There are three things I would like you guys to look at. One is Netflix, one is HBO, and one is a book. It's called Freakonomics. Okay, let's talk about free. So the three things I want you to watch is The Janes on HBO. I want you to read Freakonomics by Stephen D. and Levitt and Stefan Dubar. And I would love for you all to watch Reversing Roe on Netflix because it explains a lot of things that happened that created Roe and the adverse effects of Roe being overturned. So let's talk about Freakonomics for a minute. I've talked to Kevin about this. Freakonomics saw in the book. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a snippet. Still read the book. It's very interesting and it talks about a lot of things. But in this book, in the 1990s, they were trying to figure out why crime was at the lowest it's ever been in the United States. And they were trying to figure out what economically had changed that created these less crimes. And the only answer that they could come up with was Roe versus Wade being in effect. Meaning less children were being born to parents that didn't want them. And Kevin, you know this for a fact, that is an actual true statement.
Mm-hmm. No, I looked into
Go
that.
ahead.
That's mind blowing. Just to the fact
Yes.
that, yeah. So like, it show in this book, the gist of it. I mean, obviously, I need to read this book. I want to read this book, but in the chance to kind of glance through and have an advanced notice on just kind of checking it out is, that for a lot of these children that would end up becoming, criminals, so to speak, because they grew up in, say, a broken home or just a real terrible environment that had they not been born at all, obviously,
Right.
So Roe versus, yeah. So that's the gist of like what I was taking. Am I correct as far as, they're saying that if you force all these people, if you force all these people to have babies that they don't want, and then a lot of these families, the kids are going to sense that they're not wanted, and it's going to affect them mentally to the point where they could end up turning into.
Well, you said you had a personal experience with your snakes about that very same thing a few years ago, or a few weeks ago, or a few days ago. I can't remember.
Yeah, now I'm forgetting. Isn't this crazy? I can't remember.
You said something about your older snakes had more attention, and your younger snakes had least attention, and you noticed differences between the two.
Oh, that. Yeah, exactly. So, for instance, I have, for people that don't know, because I breed very like boa constrictors and ball pythons and some colubrids, that the snakes that were interacted with, so to speak, they're all well taken care of. They all have, clean cages, plenty of food and water. But the big difference when you're talking about this is the ones that get handled on a regular basis and are interacted with more will grow up to be a better, quote, pet, like gentle, friendly, not afraid of you. Whereas if you don't spend a lot of time handling them and interacting with them, uh, those tend to revert back to being wild. And
Right.
they're gonna yeah. Is that kind of what you mean? Like that
Yes,
concept?
yes.
Yeah,
And
I
these
mean,
are
I know, like,
reptiles.
yeah, these are reptiles, so
These are
yeah,
reptiles, people.
and so just not like I said, it's not neglect. It's just not you know
Not
not
the
personal,
love.
not the not if they're there's not and they're an instinctual animal that people think they have very small brains and they don't really people don't think they're very intelligent. But yeah, that was I remember when we were talking about that's an interesting concept that I don't have any I don't have any snakes in my collection that are really friendly that grew up not getting handled. That's why I don't have as like that's why I have quite a bit compared to I guess your average person, but there are some people that have hundreds and they don't get a chance to interact with them. Therefore, they'll sell their babies to somebody and they'll be bitey and they'll be kind of mean and you'll have to tone them down. So, but no,
Right.
that's a that's an example of how I could see this coming into play. That so obviously
And that's
yeah
where the
the
book Freakonomics came in.
yeah, so they're saying that wow, so because of because of Roe versus Wade, there are less kids out there being raised by parents that don't want them. But then if you
Right.
force somebody to have a baby that they don't want, chances are the kid they're going to grow up in a bad environment with parents that don't you know that don't give them the love and
Want them.
attention they need, and yeah, and therefore they act out and they become sure.
Right.
Yeah, I can.
Well,
Yeah, that's
well,
an interesting concept.
I'm going to give you the gist of Reversing Roe. The one thing you're going to notice in Reversing Roe on Netflix is you're going to see how politicians, I'm just going to give you a little sneak peek. You'll see how politicians change their opinion because of the votes on Reversing Roe. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to tell you which politicians. You got to watch it to find out. And the Janes, that documentary is interesting because it tells you of a time before abortions were legal and what hospitals had to do to keep up with the aseptic miscarriages, and the all the other the 85 to 90% of you know devastating effects on a woman, you know, that needed a miscarriage, that needed an abortion that couldn't get one. So the Janes is a very good. This is what it was like for women situations, but on a much grander scale because women weren't allowed to have credit cards or have their own bank account back then. We have a little bit of an advantage because we don't need a man for those things, but there's a lot. There's a lot about the Janes that talks about, what this did to women. And that's why I recommend these three. You need to watch these two documentaries and read this book. I'm telling you, it will open your mind to things that you never thought before. So, yeah, like you need to watch these things and read this because your
You know,
mind will just
that's an
change.
awful that's an awful thing to even imagine, but very interesting. Yeah,
Well,
I'm going.
my brother and I both watched Reversing Roe. Lance. Everybody knows Lance. Him and I both have watched the Janes and Reversing Roe. We're both reading Freakonomics as we speak, but he was shocked at Reversing Roe. He was like, OMG, like these politicians changed their stance
Well,
on
that's where
pro-life and pro-choice,
I could go off on a
depending on
whole
what part of
different.
their,
Right. I wonder
depending
why.
on
Why
what,
now? Why are they overturning this now? Obviously, there's always another reason.
let me
Distraction.
finish.
I mean, sorry.
Let me finish, and then we can talk about it. But
Yeah.
reversing Roe tells you which politicians changed their mind depending on the vote and how the vote was going to go. So you really all need to pay attention that politicians are not on your side. They're about themselves.
Yeah.
Okay, last slide, I
That
promise.
I've always known. Yeah.
Yes,
Not
I
to
know.
get
So
political at
last
all,
slide,
but
I
just true.
promise. The last slide, I promise. So pro-choice is pro-life, guys. You got to think about this. It's pro-life for everyone involved. The fetus, the woman. Abortion is definitely healthcare. And if you can't believe me after this 21 slides, then there is no hope for you. The
No,
end.
I have to say, based on what you're showing, if that's all accurate data, which it appears to be, then yeah, then you've kind of convinced me that just because I don't like to see a healthy baby terminated for just because the parents don't want a child. I'm gonna leave it as simple as that. Um, any other baby that is going to be born unhealthy or not even make it or die when they're born or the mom's going to die, that to me that really that should be up to the mom.
Yes,
That
and
should
that's the
not be a
thing. A lot of,
government.
and see, the
So
thing is, I had to take 4 hours just to put together those 21 slides. You want to know why? They bury this information so hard. You
well,
have to read the
I know
entire
that's
medical journal. You have to read the entire medical journal and basically piece it together to get the
that's the
information
sad
because
part. I mean,
the narrative is Joe and Bob had sex and
like
or
she
I'm
gets
sorry, Jane,
pregnant.
she
Right.
gets
No, I know.
pregnant, she decides to have an abortion because
Right.
she wasn't responsible. No,
Right.
in fact, it's quite the opposite.
Right.
Because of the expense of the abortion, many women choose not to do it. They'd rather give their kids up to foster care, which foster
This is
care
a
is
this is a
another thing.
this is a topic maybe for a future show, but I have ideas. I won't go into them now,
Yeah.
but ideas about why they want so many of these babies born, and it's a pretty diabolical. If you dive into it, there's some pretty kind of diabolical information as to why. But yeah, I guess the sad part is that they didn't make. They're not making this very easy to find for your average person. So therefore, your average uninformed person is going to be like, "Oh, no way. Forget women don't have the right to go to do this and do that and be irresponsible and right get pregnant 4 times, then have 4 abortions." And when other families out there want kids and they're going to, doctors to try to help them, in vitro and all that kind of stuff. So the gist of the whole thing is
So
not really, the reality is not really being told.
So I need to answer you this question, Wendy. I know that you think that they should be forced to give the baby up for adoption. Let's talk about this. In fact, in recent news, I'm going to tell you something. The system is broken, and I'm going to tell you why. You want to know how many foster children end up missing and end up in child trafficking every year? Over 200,000. There's 440,000 children in foster care alone. We spend $9 billion, $9 billion on foster care systems currently, and I can prove this to you if you want proof. And
So to Wendy's point, the mom that is forced to carry the baby and then supposedly give it off to a really loving home
is
doesn't.
not true.
No, it gets
The
sold off.
only
And who knows what happens.
the only babies that get sold off are the perfect white babies. I'm sorry to say this, I'm not a racist person, but please forgive me, everybody, but white babies are the highest price. And this is why the overturning of Roe. If you read the Dobbs decision on page, I think, 36 or 38, between 36 and 38, It literally tells you the reason why they're overturning it is because there's basically not enough born babies. What they're not trying to tell you is there's not enough white babies being born. So they can make $200,000, between $100,000 to $200,000 on these perfectly healthy white babies. And
It's
this is
just
not a
another-
conspiracy theory, people.
No,
This is
it's not.
not.
No, it's another example of when the government is for something, it's not for your own good.
Then it's against you.
It's for their own good.
Yeah,
So, just
exactly.
Like,
It's lining their pockets with money.
yeah. So, yeah, this is.
So,
Yeah, I was never aware of all this. That data and that book that I want, and all this stuff, it's really eye-opening. And
well, the foster
but I
care
believe
system
it.
in Texas alone
Yeah.
just told a 14-year-old. This is actually a news story. Go look it up if you don't believe me. Texas just told a 14-year-old who is unhoused they have to put her in a hotel because they have no room for her at any shelter, no foster parents to hold her, nobody who wants to adopt her. She's 14 years old. She's hungry. She's hungry. You want to know what they told her? Go turn tricks to go get food. Turn tricks.
what?
This is true. This is 100% true statement. Turn tricks to go eat.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up if you don't believe me.
I believe you. It's sick. Wow.
Yeah. This
So
is the foster care system.
I was happy to see these, commercials where various women are coming on and they're basically saying kind of what you're saying, that, I've gotten abortion before, and the reason why was because my baby had this particular condition, and if I had been forced to carry the baby, it was going to die anyway, and I could have died too, and it would have been this horrific situation. So it is starting to get out there, obviously.
Yeah, our foster care system we spend $9 billion a year on it. It's severely broken. We have 440,000 children that are not adopted. And the reason why they're not adopted is because they either have something wrong with them mentally, physically, they're not white, and they're older. They're not newborns. Nobody wants to adopt them. They're going to get kicked out of the system at age 18. They're going to get a backpack and say, good luck, hopefully thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers, hopefully you survive. As soon as you turn 18, you're out of the system. There's no programs to help them get into job, nothing. You turn 18, you're out of the system. You don't have a place to stay. You have to find your own apartment. Yeah, that's the U.S. system, baby. Foster care system. They don't even try to transition you at all. You turn 18, here's a backpack. Thoughts and prayers, baby.
This
Thoughts
is
and
just
prayers.
another
Hopefully you
one,
survive.
another one of those controversial subjects going on in our country that on the surface they want you to think it's this, but
It's not.
reality, it's that.
Yes.
It's another, hey, look over here while, the sleight of hand. Here, look over here while this is, so that's just another example of how, things are just really going to pot. Bad.
Yeah.
But so, well, you've convinced me, somebody that really was not very knowledgeable about the situation. And
Let me share my screen one more time.
And assume that the majority of these people are just a bunch of irresponsible people that want to be able to, do it.
Let me share my
act.
screen one more time because I'm going to show you all a story. Okay? I'm going to show you all a story to tell you that I'm not making this stuff up, okay? I'm not. This is real stuff. Okay?
Excuse me.
This is on NBC.com. Please tell me I'm lying, because it's not. I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. And here's another story that'll shock y'all. how many per state? In 2021 of foster children going missing each year. 370.
We know there's a big problem. We know there's a big problem with
376,000 children could go missing from the foster care system. 376,000. Sorry.
With your headsets.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'm hearing myself. That wasn't before.
376,000 children go missing in the last 37 years. Each year. From the foster care system. Most of them are sex trafficked. So yeah, everybody, foster care system, not the answer. No. Sorry, Wendy, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. I wanted to show you that that's not the answer.
That's something that I have thought about as well. Is there's so many people out there that want babies that can't have them. What a waste! Go ahead and force the moms, to have the children and then take them away and then find them a good home. But
we have 440,000 children.
That's not always the case. Or they're going to get sex trafficked.
Yeah,
and end up that way, or who knows, sacrificed. There's all kinds of some sick stuff going on in the world right now.
There's 440,000 children that are unadopted right now, that are currently adoptable right now. That's not even including the number of kids that are not on the adoption block. It takes years sometimes for these kids to get ready to be adopted, and we're still paying for them to be in the system because their parents haven't lost all their rights, blah, blah, blah. But 440,000 in 2022 are ready to be adopted. Do you think they're rushing to adopt? No.
No.
Adoption at birth is a very rare case, Wendy, and the reason why, both parents have to agree to give up the rights, and sometimes it takes years for the courts to get all the rights from the parents to be taken away, and by then nobody wants the children because they're already they're mentally messed up because they're in the foster care system. It takes a special kind of person to want to adopt those children, and there's just not enough of them. Sorry. There's 440,000 children in the foster care system that are in that stage that are not newborns, and they're, at least 5 years old or above.
It's terrible.
And they're not being adopted because nobody wants a child that's past a certain age, past newborn. Sorry. It's just not happening. And a lot of those kids have mental disorders or physical disorders because of the foster care system. Because they allow, in most states, they don't even do a background check for you to become a foster parent. You just literally collect a check and you just have some kids. And a lot of these kids will end up raped, sexually assaulted, and it messes them up. Or they're even beaten, or they're used as pretty much child labor. This is not a good system, guys. I keep telling everybody, foster care is not the answer. It's actually a money-making machine.
So what's the future then? It's not like they're going to be able to overturn it the other way again. So it's going to be up to the states, I guess, to just decide, I guess. And I don't know. What do you see happening?
Do you want to know the honest answer?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, other than Mary goes from state A to state B and has it done and has to pay, But
actually, so you want to hear? This is a psychic prediction, okay? And a lot of you are probably not going to believe me, but do what you will, okay? I don't care if you believe me, disbelieve me. I don't care. But see, the problem is, so there's different. In fact, I actually have another book that I want you to read. It's called oh crap, what is it called? It's called the Three Waves of Volunteers of the New Earth by Dolores Cannon. I've actually just finished this book. It's a very good book. It's a very long read, though. It took me a long time to read it. And she's on the same page as me. So every stage of human development has a timeline, okay? The first stage is like the ancient caveman. That's stage 1. Then you have stage 2, where they started to get little machines around, blah, blah, blah. Stage 3, where we were in the 1970s-ish. And then we were at, 1970s to current day. Okay? We were at stage 3. We were supposed to just skip stage 4 completely and just go to stage 5, which is it's the final timeline, okay? Well, the problem is the Supreme Court, because it overturned stuff and threw things back to the Stone Ages, we're stuck in this 4D dimension that we're not supposed to be in, okay? And it's going to be chaos for the next 3 years. 2024, you're going to see things start to turn around, but until 2025, it's not going to turn around until then. And you know what's going to actually happen? The Republicans and the Democrats didn't realize overturning Roe was actually a trap. It was a trap. So it's going to break up churches. It's going to break up the Republican Party. It's going to break up the Democratic Party. It's going to even break up the government worldwide. Like, also, a lot of people don't know this, but the Roe thing, the Roe decision, was actually a worldwide decision because many countries base their abortion rights on Roe. The U.S. did it. Why can't we? So you're noticing they're trying to take abortion rights worldwide. It's not just us.
Ooh.
Women and people are standing up, as you all saw in Kansas. Kansas had the opportunity to vote against a ban and not ban. 60% voted that there should not be a ban until 24 weeks. And Kansas is the Bible Belt. Conservative, mostly Catholic people. Okay, guys? If 60% believe there should not be an abortion ban, there shouldn't be nationwide. Okay? Let me tell you. The Pope himself has said that religion and government need to be separate. If you're Catholic, that's what he said. He said it on June 28th in Canada at that 3-hour Mass. I have watched the 3-hour Mass. You need to watch it. Because he said it's against the Bible for religion and laws to be made together. Because it gets rid of free will.
Separation of church and state.
First Amendment. So, I
Interesting.
honestly think that governments are going to be abolished by 2032.
Let's hope sooner. I'd be all for that.
I personally think it's going to be by 2024. Let's just see. I may be wrong. I know Joe Biden, I just have this gut feeling he's going to be stepping down by the end of this year. September, you're going to notice a lot of uprising, September and October, because famine is going to start happening and because of drought and climate disasters. You notice I put that stuff in quotation marks because it's actually, it's a plan through the government, and not to try to be a conspiracy theory, but 12 grain storage facilities ended up on fire in the past the past 6 months. I don't think that's natural causes. I don't think that at all. I think it's planned. In fact, government is a chess piece. How can we screw over the people and make the most money?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're not.
Tell me I'm wrong.
No, when it comes to, for instance, we'll just go back and start talking about the fact that the government's trying to force an experimental Hail Mary type vaccine, if you will, on people. And you see how well that went over.
Exactly. Well, and then also, I hate to tell y'all, but Roe versus Wade wasn't only about abortions. It was about your right to medical privacy. HIPAA was based on Roe. Contraceptives was based on Roe. Gay marriage was based on Roe. Your idea of marrying whoever you wanted without the government interference, including interracial marriage, was based on Roe.
A lot of stuff could be buried in that could now be undone, possibly.
And
Yeah,
and the right to
that's the government.
privacy in your own home was based on Roe. So you get rid of Roe, that monkeypox that they're talking about is a national emergency, they could force you to get a vaccine, and there is no legislation turning them down. Sorry, you could be in jail for 40 years if you don't get the vaccine. Sorry to tell you all, that was a
Bring
stupid
it on.
law. It was a trap.
Put, put no monkeypox in my arm.
But you get the point.
That I promise.
You get the point, okay? They are there was a reason why they overturned Roe, and women are the most affected right now. But guess what?
So just like usual, it's the government using something that will get everybody up in arms, and everybody thinks it's about one thing. But there's an
No, it's about
but there, no,
everything.
no, but there's an alternative motive to it.
Well, you know, here's the
Just
thing.
like, for instance, just like the COVID shot. Let's see if we
The,
can take people's live rights away and see if we can get away with forcing them to take a vaccination, and we'll just see how many people give in and what kind of resistance there is. Well, I think they
there's more
realize
to it. There's more to it. So actually, the
it
Republican
wasn't that
Party.
they really cared about people's health. So there's always an ulterior motive when it comes to the good old government.
So
That's
actually,
just how it's always been.
I'm going to give you the alternative motive. Give me a second here. So the Republican Party actually came out and said they fucked up because the Supreme Court is hearing some landmark cases in October, right? So they're listening to Moore v. Harper. Let me explain Moore v. Harper for anybody who didn't read it like I did. Moore v. Harper is your voting rights. It basically, if it is overturned, meaning goes against, it says that your popular vote doesn't matter. So if you have a Republican in your state, they could choose your votes going to their candidate, even though the Democrat Party is the one that won the popular vote. And there's no overseeance. Okay? Nobody can oversee this. And they can gerrymander the maps however they see fit. There's no oversight if one. That is the end of democracy as you know it, if it goes the wrong way. The end of democracy. The popular vote wouldn't matter. And you know what? Some of the Republicans are like, oh, fuck, we fucked up with the reversal of Roe first. Because they're not going to have an answer on this Moore v. Harper case by November.
Well, doesn't
They were
surprise me.
supposed to overturn Moore v. Harper, then do Roe, and then boom, dictatorship, baby, dictatorship. We stay in office, you don't get abortions, you don't get rights, but we can do whatever. I don't give a flying F. You know?
They're trying to take guns away from people. It's a whole other subject.
Well, actually, yeah, that's the next thing.
Because all the law-abiding NRA people that are very responsible, they're the ones going out there shooting people.
Let me
Okay.
tell you some statistics on gun violence, okay? Women have only been responsible for 5 mass shootings since 1982, and actually 3 of them were supported with another man. So technically 2 women, and since 1982, we had 540 school shootings or mass shootings since 2010 till 2022. So that's not even 1%. Women are not even responsible for 1% of shootings. Okay? The NRA, anyone who's joined the NRA has had 0 shootings since 1982. 0. So who is it? Who's doing the school shootings? Young, mentally ill men.
Freakonomics.
Freakonomics.
There you go.
Well, hello, Mark. So,
Pretty interesting.
that is pretty interesting, huh? Yeah.
You make a pretty good case, I have to say.
So everyone thinks the NRA is responsible for all these school shootings. No, they're not. Anyone who has joined the NRA has not been responsible for zero shootings since 1982. It is men who are mentally ill. I'm assuming, or young men. It's either mentally ill or young. But here's my proposal, everybody. Just go with me, okay? I think at the age of 18, if you want to buy a gun, you need to be submitted for a mental evaluation. And if you pass the mental evaluation, you can buy a gun. Simple.
The only side, then you can really go down the rabbit hole and say, well, should you have that same medical and physical evaluation every year? Because maybe let's just say Phil is completely fine when he gets this gun, and then a year and a half goes by and all kinds of crazy stuff happens, and now he's not that same person mentally anymore, but he's been cleared.
Some people say, yeah, it should be every year, but I'm just saying, I don't know.
Situations, things change. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't have the answer when it comes to the whole gun thing. I'm definitely, obviously, for the right to bear arms, but yeah, I don't have the solution to, you take guns away from people, then only the criminals will have them. And if somebody wants to take out a bunch of people, it's going to stop them from getting in a truck, and driving into the local cafe. And take it. Then what are they going to do? Now you're not allowed to rent trucks anymore, or you can't drive. Yeah. There's just, it just goes on and on and on and on.
It goes on and on and on.
Yeah, you can just talk this stuff till you're blue in the face.
Yeah, like gun. But people think that the Second Amendment is like, yeah, you have the right to bear arms, but they don't read the second section of the Second Amendment. It says that a well-regulated militia needs to be formed, and it cannot be infringed upon. A well-regulated militia. You know what that means? It must have regulations, people.
Yep. Well.
Mark, you have a great point here, and in fact, I'm bringing this up because it's. I think brats that didn't have discipline or fathers that weren't afraid of getting arrested for discipline. No fear
Good
for
point.
these kids.
Good point.
Yes, that's another thing.
I grew up. I mean, with strict parents, but loving great parents. But I was always always like, oh man, if I do that, my dad's gonna whip my ass.
Yeah, and that's another thing.
Yeah, I had a healthy respect for authority, and there is no respect for authority
because these parents are too afraid of getting CPS called on. And in fact, this is a true story.
Or there's only one of them.
I have a true story. This is a true story. I have a friend. This is true. Her son he has schizophrenia. Okay, this has been diagnosed by a doctor, a medical professional. This is not something that she just made up. He got this idea in his head. If I could go live with Daddy, things would be great, right? So what does he do? He throws himself down the stairs, creates a bruise, big bruise, goes to school, reports his mom for hitting him. She ends up arrested.
Sure.
This actually happened. She ends up arrested, gets charged for child abuse.
That's why I'm all for having security cameras all throughout the house.
Yeah, she gets arrested. She gets charged for child abuse, and because it was her first offense, she got minimal jail time and basically probation. In her probation, she was driving her kid to the sitter so she could go see the same kid that threw himself down the stairs, right? She's driving her kid to the sitter. She still got to keep her kid because they couldn't prove that it was 100% her, but, whatever. Wow. She got to keep her kid because they did a bunch of, CPS thing. She was driving to her probationary officer but had to drop him off at the sitter. He beat the shit out of her, nearly caused her to have an accident and kill all of her kids.
Wow.
And he gets probation, and gets sent to juvie for beating her up, but she's still on probation for child abusing him. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Yeah! This is a true story. True. A friend of mine did this.
Crazy.
So yeah. I was like, wow. Okay. Make it make sense. And you know, that 16-year-old, like in Florida, she at 10 weeks pregnant, you know, Florida has a 15-week ban. She had to go to the court because she was parentless. And they said that she was too immature to get an abortion. But she's mature enough to have a baby and raise it. Make it make sense. Just saying.
It's the government. Nothing they... Yeah, this is my opinion, not the opinion of this channel, but nothing the government does ever makes any sense.
No!
It's never for your own good either.
Never, never. It is for the own good of their own pockets. And that's so to end my prophecy, people, this is called the Great Awakening. This is called the Great Reset. People are going to wake up noticing that their politicians are actually for themselves and not for them. So yeah, like, this is called the Great Reset for a reason. People are going to start noticing that government is not on your side. They're not the one in the clock. And news is bad. The news is even worse. Since 1942, news doesn't have to report the facts. They can report whatever they want. They're money-making machines. That's what it is. And you want to know, most news stations are owned by churches. Like, I think CNN is owned by the Latter-day Saints.
I don't watch CNN. I don't watch Fox. I don't watch
Fox News. I think is Fox News is either owned by the Mormons or the Catholics. I can't remember. So yeah, like they don't allow you to say certain things. They want to push the agenda.
Go on Facebook and give your opinion about something that's in the mainstream, you know, news right now, and you'll be fact checked before you have a chance to barely hit send or post. If it goes against the agenda, sorry, no free speech for you. Welcome to North Korea.
Well, okay, so you want to know when I learned that the news stations were not reporting the facts. In fact, this was actually a college assignment that I had to do for criminal justice. I was a criminal justice major before I turned into accounting. So one of our professors says, please choose a criminal story that's relevant of the day. I think back then there was like some murder going on. And you have to watch 5 news stations on that same story and give the differences.
Of what each one says about it?
Yeah. And yeah, 5 news channels. We had to choose 5. And I swear, that story went down 5 different avenues. I didn't even know what was the truth. I was like, what?
No,
who died? I didn't even know if somebody died at that point, because I was like, you know what? The facts were so different that you didn't even know that an actual crime was committed. You were like, huh?
That's why I don't watch any news. No mainstream.
Like, what?
There are other alternative
in fact, any of you true crime people,
ways to get
do
your
that.
news.
In fact,
really.
I challenge you to choose a true crime story that is most relevant in today's news and watch 5 different news sources on that same story and write down the differences.
What's funny, whenever they start, like, for instance, being a reptile person, even some of these like animal shows, they'll talk about like the evasive Burmese python in the Florida Everglades, and then in the course of showing a Burmese python, like while they're talking, they'll show like a boa constrictor or a ball python, and I'm like, that's not a Burmese python. That's a different species altogether. but they're too lazy. They do that all the time. Yeah, I'm just
Yeah,
using that as an example where
yeah.
people just put the
News
stupidest stuff on the news. It's like an
news is a
18-foot boa constrictor kills man. It's like boa constrictors don't get 18 feet. Sorry, that would be a reticulated python, an anaconda, or a berm. And if they do kill you, they're not trying to kill you. It's you put one around your neck and it doesn't know any better. It wants to go check something out over here, and then
yeah.
it goes that way and
And
before
start
you,
squeezing. Yeah,
it's not the animal that's doing that. You got to be really careful. But
yeah.
I was just made me think of how they'll do stories on certain things and they'll show the wrong animal. I'm like, that's not even, come on, really? Yeah, they'll talk about piranhas and they'll show a pacu.
I know. Yeah, like so people need to wake up and realize the government's not for you. The news is not on your side.
They have their own little agenda.
They all have an agenda. Even my like I said, my slideshow that I did in the earlier part of the show, I had to dig for those facts because they're not on the agenda. So they hide them in medical journals.
That's just the nature of the world we live in.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. I think it's always been like this, but it's way worse now.
So, Mark, even in war, the winner of war is only one heard. Odd, but true. It is so true. Like, the news they'll spin it because the news is all about the moolah.
Yep.
The moolah. Nothing else.
No. And the sad part is there's so many people in this country that's where they get their information and they believe everything that they hear in the news.
Right.
And then somebody, say like me, for instance, that has a whole different opinion on COVID and that whole agenda and things like that, they might listen. They'll look at me and think I'm crazy because the things that I say. But I'm like, I say the things that I say because I've done research and I think. I don't just watch the news and let them tell me.
Exactly. So let me tell you something.
I think for myself.
Let me tell you something even more.
I don't believe everything. Spoon feed you.
Let me spoon feed you some more information. So these wonderful pro-life people, the pro-life party, aka the right side, let me tell you how pro-life they are. Let me just go down some facts, okay? Guess what got voted on in the last 2 months?
What?
I'm going to give you some wonderful facts. Free and reduced school lunches. All Republicans voted no. All. For children that are not wealthy.
So the people want you to have kids, but
they don't want you to feed those kids. The wonderful Baby Formula Act.
Oh, yeah, that whole thing. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
There's a shortage. Shortage of baby formula.
Yes. The Baby Formula Act to bring baby formula from other countries. All Republicans voted no on that. The Pump Act, because they wanted you to breastfeed. They wanted you to breastfeed, okay? Breastfeed. Breastfeed is the answer. The Pump Act, which was allowing women to have enough time who had children to pump their breasts for milk at work. They voted against that.
Well.
Next. You want to know next what they voted against? Capping insulin. They had a chance to buy the insulin patent for $1. $1! Because the patent was up. And they could have capped insulin at $35 for diabetics a month. $35 a month versus the $1,500 to $2,000 that a person will pay right now. Voted against it. It's not worth it. Voted against it. Bye! See you later. All Republicans pretty much voted against that.
I'd have to see the date on. I find it hard to believe that it's all Republicans. I think.
Well, it was about 85% of Republicans. Yes. And both the Senate and the House. It wasn't just one. So yeah. Next, you want to know next? Medicare. Majority of the Republicans voted against your Medicare. They wanted to cut that. Make it privatized. Yeah. Next, we're not done. The PACT Act. You know the whole PACT Act that they just passed? They were trying to say that it was a budgetary thing. Yeah, nothing had changed in the PACT Act. There was a technicality where it had to go back to the House and get revoted on and came back to the Senate to get revoted on. Nothing had changed in the bill. Nothing. There was a budgetary injustice that had changed. No, they voted against the PACT Act at first until they got called out by Jon Stewart for that exact same thing, and all of a sudden they just pass it. No problem.
Well, like I said, you can do a whole show on
I could go on and on and on
our whole government
about the
system.
stupidity
Just
of the pro-life movement. They're so pro-life until the fetus is born. I'm sorry. And you know what? That's pedophilia. Oh, another thing that they voted against. Human trafficking rights for the victim. Wonder why. Wonder what the P stands in for in GOP. Wonder what. Think about that.
I'd have
Considering,
to think it's both parties on that.
I know it is, but you want to
Like
know
I
why
said,
they voted against it?
not gonna- Don't want to start talking Democrat and Republican type stuff.
Oh, you want to know why they vote against it? Because of the Epstein list. A lot of Dems and Republicans are being
Sure.
investigated because of that wonderful list.
Well, ask yourself why a certain actress who crashed her car in a drug-induced state supposedly was in a coma for like a week, but yet there's video of her sitting up and looks perfectly fine. But yet there's a movie coming out called The Girl in Room 13. It's about sex trafficking, and I don't know. Like I said, there's everything happens for a reason. Just gotta follow the trail. Follow the money.
Yeah, follow the money. Always follow the money. And us true crime people should know that better than anything. Follow the money.
Yeah. So the whole Anne Heche thing, to me, bunch of horse manure. That story's not. You're not getting the real facts on that one either.
I know she's dead, but I don't know the details. I just don't know. I know she's dead. That's a true thing.
Well, she had no oxygen. She had no IV, and they were treating her like she was dead as they're moving her towards the ambulance, and then she springs up with and you can clearly see from multiple camera angles. I don't see any burns going on there.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not going to comment on that one.
and then she's all of a sudden she's in this coma, and yeah, okay.
I'm not going to comment
Watch
on that
the video.
one. I have seen the video, actually.
There's lots of various angles and things, so I don't know.
have
It
seen the
doesn't
video.
look like doesn't look like somebody that's getting ready to be in a coma and be brain dead to me.
See,
What?
the reason why I'm not commenting is because I've had friends who are doctors, and they said drugs can make you do that, get up like that, where you are like pretty much pronounced dead on the scene, and then all of a sudden, no, you're actually really alive, and you like sit up, kind of thing. So I don't know. I'm not going to comment because I'm not a
I'd
medical
like to see
professional.
close. Yeah, I mean,
I'm not a medical
like to-
professional.
not
so
either, and I'd like to see close-up video of her getting to the hospital to see just how burned she was.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I can't
Once again, I
comment
just-
on that.
That to me, there's some suspicion in my mind. Yeah, that's my true crime brain starts going.
There's always suspicion, man. There's always suspicion. Like, do you really think Chris Watts did it on his own? No. No.
Gosh, let's not go down that road again. But
Yeah, let's not go down that road, but shh.
be on for 5 more hours.
Like, yeah, we'll be on for 5 more hours. But yeah, like, there's
But a good
lots-
presentation.
Yeah,
It's good information on a subject that a lot of people aren't very
they're
well
not aware of. They
Oh,
think
no.
abortions.
Yeah, a lot.
They're stuck to the CNN and NBC and Fox News narrative, where a lot of the 71% of these women are getting abortions because they don't know how to use birth control. That's not the case. 71% of 3% have children already. That's the story. That's the real facts. And as you can see it in my presentation, and for any of you who just came in, scroll back. You can see the whole wonderful presentation. In fact, I can show you a video if you want to see of a South Carolina dude who's a Republican who's starting to regret his 6-week ban. It's nuts. It's just nuts, man. Like, people don't understand that a heartbeat bill, the heartbeat bill is not a heartbeat. It's the actual sound from the machine. That's what it is.
Well,
Thank you, Wendy. So I gotta ask everyone, because I haven't asked yet. Now that you have seen my presentation, you have listened to both Kevin and I. Kevin, were you pro-choice before or pro-life before this presentation?
I was pro-life.
Now what are you?
Well, based on what you have presented to me, if all of that is in fact,
It is. You saw.
yeah. From what I see, I'd have to call myself a pro-choice person, just because there's different scenarios, and it's not black and white.
It's not. It's not as black and white as everybody thinks. I've always been pro-choice, and I stay pro-choice.
I always thought majority of the women out there would be pro-choice, just because they're the ones having the babies, and we're the ones that we don't have the baby. We're obviously an important part of a pregnancy, but it's not happening in our bodies. So, but knowing more obviously about the fact that I guess the one takeaway from this is that they consider a termination of a pregnancy that features like an unhealthy or severely deformed fetus that could potentially kill the mom. Your average person doesn't think of that as an abortion, but that is. So that's something that I don't agree with, forcing anybody to go through that if there's going to be that kind of outcome.
So Spicy Lady saying she's pro-life, and because she missed the presentation. Spicy Lady, I'm going to tell you, only 3% of abortions in 2019 were because of birth control. In fact, the rest of the numbers were because of miscarriages, ectopic pregnancies, and fetal death to the mother, serious health risk or death risk to the mother. So pro-choice is pro-life, or there abnormalities with the fetus where as soon as the cord is cut, it's not going to survive past an hour. In fact, I have all facts in there, and I have all my websites. Mark, you're adopted and you're having a great life. You are like the exception to the bag there, because there's not a lot of people who have that. 2019, Spicy. 2020 got a little... I couldn't use 2020 and 2021 because the CDC stopped counting abortions because of COVID. So I had to go back to 2019 because those are the actual real hard numbers. And that's why. But in 2019, 3% of abortions, and I think it was like less than what, 100, it was like 30,000 or something abortions were because of birth control, and 71% of those abortions were because people had multiple children and just couldn't afford another one, and their birth control stopped. It was like an abnormality, like it wasn't, they just couldn't afford another kid.
But I mean, say, they would never do this, but mainstream media, when they cover the subject,
they always cover the 3%. They always
if they sat there and said, you realize that that the women who are choosing abortion because of a baby that's going to be born, you know, without a brain, you know what I mean? Or, you know, very, you know, all these, the things that you had covered, some really horrendous situations where there's
Yeah.
no way the baby's going to survive once they cut the cord, and the mom's life or the mom's life is danger. They don't talk about that.
No.
So
In
that's why
fact,
your average person's against. I've always been against abortion because I'm like, that to me sounds like, you know, you're going to terminate a healthy pregnancy just because it's inconvenient, it doesn't work for you. But that's really not the truth.
no, it's really not the case. In fact, it started
Those,
off like in the
you know,
1970s.
I'm still
It
not a big
was that
fan of
way.
those. I'm not a big fan of those. I get it, but I'm
And I've
not.
told you the ways that we could, the ways that we could get rid of the 3% is three things. All we have to do is three things, but they won't because they're making money off of these white
Right.
babies
Right.
in foster care.
Yeah. Once again, there's
And
always,
so
there's always
Spicy
another
Lady,
agenda.
Spicy Lady, yes, in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, that was a thing because they were able to. It was one of those things. People were able to terminate healthy pregnancies, and they just was like, screw it. I'm just gonna terminate my kid because I don't want it. But as of 2000 and above, that's not the case. In fact, the number of abortions went down every single year from 2000 all the way till 2022. And 95 or 98% of abortions were because they were medically necessary. They were ectopic, they were miscarriages, they were abnormalities with the fetus, or they were a serious health risk to the mother, or they were rape or incest and too young to carry. So
Knowing that, because all those scenarios, I don't agree with forcing anybody to have to carry a full-term pregnancy if they meet those criteria.
no, and that's the thing.
Like
So
if my wife or
people-
girlfriend, you know, was pregnant and that was the situation we were facing, I'd be like, hey, you know what? Yeah, this is not
And
worth
that's-
risking your life and going through the psychological trauma of having a baby. You know, I can't imagine the baby comes out and it's going to be all. It's not going to. It's going to be. It's not going to be a healthy anything.
no, uptalk.
So then you have to go through that psychological trauma of, okay, so now I have this baby that I'm attached to that I've been carrying, but I can't even see it because.
So in Missouri right now,
I can't unsee that after I have it. So yeah, to me that just opens up a whole.
It's a whole can of worms. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's a whole mess.
and you saw my presentation, Kevin. Was there one source that was not credible? That I
because you use the various links of where this information comes from.
Yeah.
Well, yes, the information is there once again, just like I go back to the whole COVID thing. You know, not to go into that whole thing, but there's plenty of data you can look on various websites and you can see different results and different data, and the data's there if you look for it. Just like this,
the data's there.
The data's there, but it's very hard to find it.
Yeah, it's not
They
easy
don't
to
want-
find. They don't want you to find it because they got a narrative.
No, because
They
they
got
want
a narrative.
everybody to think that anybody who's for abortion or is pro-life
Needs to be pro-life because it's Susie going to get an abortion because
Right,
she wants to
yeah, it's
these
like-
days. In fact, it's quite the opposite
young viable baby. Well, that's
because it's really expensive to get an abortion in 2000s. Okay, it costs somewhere between what's $500 to $8,000, and insurance doesn't pay for it. You have to come out of that out of pocket. Who's got $8,000 laying around? I certainly don't. Sorry to say, I don't. Like, not for an abortion, no. Like, sorry. And I showed you that, it's not covered by insurance. You have to pay for
Right.
this out of pocket. I showed you
Right.
the map, like, it's all there.
Well, it's a little too late now because they've already overturned it. So now what happens?
Mark,
Now-
there are some cases where, yes, depression medication is needed for anyone who's aborted their kids, and those are usually those cases are usually, how would I explain this? People who wanted their children that couldn't because of the issues. You know what I mean? In fact, a 19-year-old person who wanted her baby in South Carolina ended up losing her uterus because of the abortion ban. Because her water broke, and because of the abortion ban was at 6 weeks in her state, and she ended up in septic shock and had to lose her uterus. She can no longer have children. And that was 2 weeks after the ban was put in place. She wanted children. She wanted her baby. She was pro-life, and her baby couldn't survive.
Now she can't have any.
She can't have any because she went into septic shock because the medical treatment was to have an abortion, and they wouldn't give it to her because she wasn't sick.
They forced her to have
She wasn't sick enough according to the law.
Well,
Spicy Lady, there's very few women who have an abortion because they want to anymore. In fact, the number keeps going down. It keeps going down. So I'm going to tell you a nice, wonderful statistic, Spicy Lady. There was 3.5 million births, or million pregnancies, not births, I'm sorry. 3.5 million pregnancies in 2019. And the statistics are only 52.8% make it to birth of pregnancies. And the reason why is because of all the reasons I said in my presentation, that you all have to rewatch. It's in the beginning.
oh yeah, no, I definitely recommend anybody who joined
Hasn't
this
seen-
late. Yeah, go back and watch that because it's pretty interesting. And that
Yeah.
book, that Freakonomics book, I'm looking forward to reading that because that's a real interesting spin on things. But
Yeah, it is actually. I recommend everybody to watch Freakonomics.
Or read the book,
read the book.
yeah,
I also recommend you to watch 2 documentaries. It's called The Janes on HBO and Reversing Roe on Netflix. Because you see how politics change and how politicians change their views
what's
about
Netflix's
pro-life and
spin on
pro-choice.
that? I mean, are they-
So
they're usually-
Netflix,
they're usually pretty good with their documentaries as far as
so Netflix,
showing the facts.
the Netflix takes it in 2 different directions in that documentary, and one is to show you how politicians change based on the votes. They want to get
Sure.
voted in, so they don't care about their personal beliefs. They're going to say whatever you want to hear to get them in office.
That's why they
In
flip-flop
fact,
a lot of them.
Trump, I know there's a lot of Trump supporters. Trump was pro-life until he started running for politics. That's number one. George W. Bush, pro-life or pro-choice. I'm sorry, Trump was pro-choice until he started running for politics. Then he was pro-life. George W. Bush, pro-choice until he started running for politics. Then he's pro-life. Those are 2 that were in that documentary. I'm not going to say any more. You need to watch the documentary. Mark, Mark has said some have many abortions sad. Mark, let me explain that. People can't afford their children in the U.S. That's the problem. Yes, 71% of the 3% in 2019 were people who had multiple children. They can't afford children. And the ones that have multiple abortions are mostly the politicians or the rich people. Prove me wrong. They either can't afford their children and their birth control failed if they have multiple abortions, and still it's very expensive. Or they're rich and can afford it. And just don't want, they accidentally slept with somebody and they don't want their pregnancy to be known. So yeah. Joe Biden. We're gonna get rid of this mofo.
Let's see. We've been on for 2 hours and 5 minutes. Probably need to sign off only because I got to deal with my four-legged children.
Yeah. I mean, I really recommend you to watch the Janes and watch Reversing Roe and read Freakonomics.
I'm gonna watch one of those tonight. After I'll probably watch the Netflix one first, then I'll watch the other
Yeah.
one.
Netflix is the good one to start with, yes.
I don't have HBO. Is there any other? I mean, I'll find a way to watch.
You know what? I'll give you my HBO sign on so you can watch it.
Okay. Okay.
I
Yeah,
guarantee you. As you sign off, I'm gonna let you know. So the HBO series is about before abortion was legal. They had to have an entire wing of the hospital, an entire wing for septic shock patients that could not get an abortion until they were practically dead. And this was a true statement. In fact, the Star Wars mom, what was it, Debbie Reynolds? Debbie
Oh.
Reynolds had to experience this because she wanted children and she ended up having several miscarriages that ended up
Carrie
septic.
Fisher, you mean, or
Carrie Fisher's mom, what's her name?
oh gosh, I don't know. Is that terrible? I don't know.
Debbie Reynolds, I think her name was. I think her name was
Deb-
Debbie Reynolds.
Is that her mom? Really?
Yeah, so Debbie Reynolds wanted to have 5 children, but she kept having miscarriages. And unfortunately, they couldn't take them out until she was practically dead. It took her a year to recover between children, between miscarriages, because she ended up in septic shock, and her body just became poison.
Well, maybe if enough of this becomes, if the inevitable happens, and there's all these cases now, then maybe that will. I don't know.
I mean, I know personally of 14 people, but they don't make the news every day because it's not pushing the agenda. I know 14 people since the reversal of Roe personally. They wanted their children and something went wrong, and now they're suffering the consequences. In fact, one of my friends lost 3 liters of blood before they were able to do anything. She got put on a ventilator, lost her uterus.
Dang.
Because she had an ectopic, I can't pronounce the word, ectopic, the pregnancy that's not viable, that's in your fallopian tubes, ectopic pregnancy. And because it had a heartbeat, they weren't allowed to do anything. Yeah. O.J. Simpson's wife had 6 or 7. Yes, it's mostly rich people that have more than one, Mark, or really poor people who can't afford a baby and find a way to come up with the $500, $2,000, or $8,000 to have an abortion. Yeah, it's nuts.
Or go to go to the back alley doctor that'll do it for you, and maybe you'll survive the actual procedure with the rusty knife and everything else.
That's what Jane's. So Jane's is about that.
Because
talk about that.
Yeah, that's in my brain growing up. It's always like, oh yeah, the people that have abortions are the ones that, they go to Mexico or they go see so and so and so and so, and it's done in such an unsanitary type situation that you're lucky that maybe you'll survive after that, maybe not, because it's
and
not
more
done.
likely you won't. More likely you won't.
So that'll all probably come back again.
True. It will.
I mean,
because people get desperate.
Yeah, and there's always somebody out there that wants to make
some
money off of a desperate person.
In fact, you're going to see an uptick of people getting rid of healthy pregnancies because they don't want to. There's such a huge percent of chances that it will fail, and you're screwed, as you can see. And so now they're going to go back to just getting rid of healthy pregnancies because, I'm sorry, the risk is too great. It's 42% chance that you're not going to, you're not going to make it or your fetus is not going to make it. 42% chance from the moment you become pregnant. So, yeah, you're going to see a lot of people just getting rid of healthy pregnancies when the number was the lowest it's ever been.
Well, on that note.
Yeah, Joe Biden, I keep blocking him. Why do you keep blocking me? It's not very liberal.
Oh, I'm not looking. Is there somebody in chat named Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Oh gosh,
Yeah.
that's funny. That's funny.
I keep blocking him because he's being offensive. But he's like, I just reported you to the CIA. Yeah, right. Go ahead. Because I'm spreading facts. I'm spreading facts, guys. Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
I'm not pushing the agenda. So sorry. I just had to laugh on that one. Yeah. You could be so. Now let me finish this conversation before you go. So,
Okay.
Wendy, you were here for the whole presentation. Are you now pro-life or are you now pro-choice? And anyone who was here for the whole presentation, please tell me what you are now. I'm waiting for the response. And Mark, we talked about ways to make those college kids want to have their children, but the percentage is so small that they're not going to do anything. So I really recommend you watching the whole presentation because it's very informative. There's just not enough data saying that people are getting multiple
No.
abortions in 1 year because at a given time just because or just because they want to. It's 3%, 3% in 2019, 3%.
I mean, you could take it to the point where you say it's like being diagnosed with a fatal disease and you're not going to be allowed to get treatment.
Well, that was what the health risk point was. A lot of
Yeah.
those women have cancer or autoimmune diseases that'll end up to their death. If they
Or I
don't
was
act.
just using the analogy of, like,
Yeah.
hey, if somebody finds out that they have this,
In fact,
and,
Louisiana, there are 3 women who are being denied cancer treatments because they're pregnant.
oh, I was going to say the radiation would definitely. There's all kinds of medication that if you're pregnant, you're not supposed to take. I mean,
Yeah. In fact, there
over
are
the counter. I mean, you name it. You hear about it all the time.
there are 4 women who are not pregnant. They're not pregnant. They have rheumatoid arthritis, and
What if
unfortunately, the drug that cures rheumatoid arthritis is an abortifacient. So
here's
they're
just something that
denied their
I
medication.
just thought about? I have a friend of mine that has a special needs child that basically she's I don't know what the classification is, but she has some psychotic issues, so she takes these antipsychotic drugs,
Yeah.
and I think she's like 20 something now. But my friend's fear has always been if she gets pregnant, the baby would the baby would be disastrous because being on these drugs, if you get pregnant, it's like you're not the baby it's going to be a bad thing. So I remember I haven't talked to her in a while, but she was always trying to figure out as when my daughter hits 18, hopefully she wants to basically get her daughters sterilized. She doesn't want her daughter getting pregnant because of she doesn't have the wherewithal to make the right decision, and what if she does get pregnant and then she's on this medicine and this is one of these drugs that if you get pregnant on, it's going to be a really bad thing for both of you, especially the baby.
So I'm going to tell you something. Okay.
So there's those people. What do you do with them? Mental, people that are, quote, whatever the right term is, if you are, whatever they call it, if you're Down syndrome or something, and Down syndrome, I mean, what happens if somebody gets pregnant and
let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you this is a true statement.
That side.
I don't want children because I know it's a health risk for me, and I've never wanted children. Okay, it's been a thing. It's a very high health risk for me. I will probably die if I have a child. Okay, get that. Okay, I have a lot of health issues. I've had them forever, right? I have been trying to get sterilized for 10 plus years. 10 years. You want to know why my doctor said yes this year? You want to know
Right.
what actually was the catalyst for her saying yes? I had to have a ultrasound where they shoved it up there because I had some abnormal bleeding. And they found some stuff on my fallopian tubes that, could be or could not be cancerous. They don't know, and it's the beginning stages if it is cancerous. And they were going to cut pieces of it out, and I said no. Because if you cut pieces of the fallopian tube, I'm going to have a higher risk if I do get pregnant to have an ectopic pregnancy. In Arizona, it's banned. You can't have an abortion even for your life. So, yeah, no, I'm not interested. I'd have to hopefully make it to Mexico, New Mexico, or California, and hopefully I don't die on the way. So, yeah, that is the reason why I got approved for a sterilization.
But that involves a hysterectomy, and that's not fun either, but beats the alternative, right?
See, this is Joe Biden. He keeps coming back.
Where's Hunter's laptop, Joe?
Yeah, where's Hunter's laptop? Why isn't he being fucking charged yet? Jeez. Just kidding. I keep hearing that, because I am a leftist, because I believe in, I'm not a Democrat, but I'm a
Feds
leftist.
have a laptop.
Yeah, I am a leftist because I believe in equality for all. And, but I do believe in gun rights because I'm a proud gun owner. And, and I have a whole entire safe of guns, but I'm responsible because I had to be responsible. I have a lot of family that are in the military. They get cleaned twice a year, whether I shoot them or not. But I'm an independent because I'm a free thinker, okay? But
The government doesn't want you to have a gun, not because they're concerned about mass shootings. That's the excuse. They don't want you to have a gun because if people are unarmed, then they can go do whatever they want. They'll come to your door. They won't do that if they know that X amount. There's so many people in the United States that are armed that's what keeps them, in my opinion, from being able to do some horrific things that other countries will do because they don't have armed citizens. Or in this country, hey, if things get bad enough, people start, there's no food, there's no water, and it becomes just like a post-apocalyptic movie where how are you going to protect your family against desperate
and
crazy
it's
people?
about to happen, and you can believe me or not, but I'm going to tell you some true facts, okay? Drought has killed at least 20% of our cows and crops this year, and then 12 areas, refinery areas, where they store your grains and your fruits and vegetables have caught on fire this year for reasons. I don't know why. Most of them are saying it's lightning. But
okay. Once again,
yeah, lightning. I don't really believe the story, honestly, because I don't believe anything the government says is true.
Ask the farmers where they can't get any fertilizer, so they can't grow things.
Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you all, by September, expect your beef to go to about probably $30 a fucking package or more, because grain. And I'm gonna tell you this. I have friends who are farmers. Okay, grain and hay used to be about $7 to $10 a bale. It's $26 a bale now. Grain used to be about $20 a bag. It's $50 a bag. Everything's going up, and you haven't even seen the peak of it yet. You haven't even seen the peak. You just saw the beginning. So start stocking up, people, because food and water shortages, they're about to become so astronomically real that you're not going to be able to feed yourself because you can't afford it. Prove me wrong. It's about to hit in September. You don't have a lot of time, guys. So yeah, that's my prediction. Tell me I'm wrong in September. And then also natural disasters are another reason why food shortages are going to be a master thing, because I'm going to tell you, Mount St. Helens is about to erupt. Scientists are already saying it, because the activity is over what it used to be, what it was the last time it erupted. Earthquakes, the tectonic plates in Alaska and California are going nuts. They're thinking it's going to be the big one for California, which is kind of nice. I hope I do. I mean, I hope, and I don't, that it does and does not happen. And the reason why is because I have waterfront property. Just saying, but at the same point, I love people. I hope it doesn't happen. But it's about to happen. And in Western Asia, there has been a volcano that's been going on for the past 2 weeks. It's called the Tonga. In fact, the Tonga volcano has sent 500,000 Olympic swimming pools of ash into the air. It's going to be in the air for probably the next 5 years. And it's going to cause the temperatures to rise because of it. So, good luck. Thoughts and prayers, people. That's all I got to say. Climate change is a thing. You know?
Crazy.
So,
I am, well, it was an excellent program. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm gonna sign off, and then after I deal with the dogs, I'm going to watch that Netflix special because I'm curious.
text me afterwards. I want to hear.
I will.
I want to hear your. Actually, call me afterwards. I want to hear your thoughts.
Okay.
Because you and I have been discussing this subject. So Kevin and I have been discussing this subject for probably 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month.
Okay.
Haven't we?
Has it been that long? I don't think it's even been that long.
At least 2 weeks. At least 2 weeks we've been just discussing this. So Kevin was pro-life until I started inundating him with the facts. And he was like, OMG, are you serious? Like, OMG, this is true. And when I made it into a presentation, it became more real today, I think, for you. You know, I'm not just lying about these things.
I don't agree with people who are destined to give, to carry babies that are just never going to make it to a full term and be healthy and could potentially kill them.
Right.
That, I never thought that was even part of that. I wouldn't even think that would be part of Roe versus Wade. I thought that was just abortion, meaning like if Susie doesn't want to have her baby, Susie can change her mind because she just doesn't want to have the baby anymore.
And see, that's so far from the case.
But that's what
in the beginning, yes.
That's what they want you to believe, because
in the beginning, in the 70s or the late 70s, 80s, and 90s, that was the case. But in the 2000s and above, that's not the case. It keeps going down. In fact, abortions were at the lowest it's ever been in 2019, 2021, and it was supposed to be projected at 22, but I don't know. People are getting scared. So they just might terminate healthy pregnancies because they're just scared. They're scared to have them. Because if something does go wrong, they're not protected.
Crazy.
Yeah. But all right, have a wonderful night. Text me when you finish that documentary.
All right.
And
goodbye. We'll be back again.
Thank you for coming, everyone. Rewatch the live if you didn't catch it in the beginning. It's a great information. See you later, Kevin. Bye. And everyone, thank you for coming. I know I haven't really been live a lot lately. I have been choosing to do some shadow work for myself. I'm starting to get away from the cards because I can start to see things a little bit more clearly in my head, which is an interesting gift that I've been given right now. So I probably will start doing tarot readings when I feel like it's necessary. You can always message me if you want a personal reading. I'm free and available usually most times. It's a lot of energy to just do it on lives and stuff, so I'm trying to focus my energy elsewhere. I've got a lot of projects coming up. Thank you, Wendy. I'm great to be back. I probably will be a little bit more political for a while, and I'm sorry, but there's a lot of things I want you all to understand. There's a lot of things that are going on right now that a lot of people need to wake up to the fact that it's going on. And I hope you all do what's best for yourselves and your family, but I can only do so much. If you don't believe me, that's your own prerogative. I'm not going to force it down your throat, but I can indate you with the facts all day, and hopefully you can make the best choices. I thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for staying. Wendy, you were here from the beginning, and I hope it was a great show for you. I hope you learned something. And everyone, thank you for supporting me. It's been great for the past 3 years, even though I've been kind of like, for the last year, but a lot of things have been going on. So, and now I've been called to come back because I have a lot of things that I need to tell you all, and I hope you all listen, because things are about to get crazy. They are. We are about to go to like the French Revolution kind of stuff that is crazy, but if you don't wake up to it, I don't know what to say. It's gonna get bad before it gets better. I'm just telling y'all. Just expect the worst. And for anyone who believes, for anyone who reads the Bible, in Revelations, it talks about the Euphrates River drying up. It's almost dry. So, Revelations is about to come true faster than you think. In fact, 90% of the Euphrates River is gone. Mark, great point. The problem is many ways not to get pregnant in the first place. The problem is not all of them are 100% effective. A lot of people do choose birth control, but it's not 100% effective, and a lot of people, no, I'm not choosing it as disrespectful. A lot of times birth control does not work. You know what I mean? It just depends. There's a lot of different things that cause birth control not to work. No disrespect, Mark. I'm telling you, no disrespect. This is a free and open channel. You can believe what you want, and I'm not gonna force anything. I don't push anything down your throat. I'm not that type of person. You can believe what you want to believe. I'll show you what I believe. We can have a decent conversation, and I'll leave it at that. I won't dislike you for believing what you want to believe, as long as you don't dislike me for believing what I believe. That's how I've always been. Wendy can always account for that. Wendy and Spicy Lady can account for that. They've known me for years. Because of my religious beliefs, I'm not allowed to be, like, in your face. In fact, that's against my religious beliefs. I'm not allowed to be that way. I'm allowed to let you have your own free will and opinion. And we can have a decent conversation, and I will love you for having your difference in opinion, and as long as you love me for my difference in opinion, and I'm respectful. I don't try to be disrespectful to anybody. And if I am, please let me know. Let me know if I'm disrespecting you, because I will try not to be. And thank you, Wendy. I love being back. I had a lot of information that I want to share with all of you. My channel's going to take a little bit of a different direction. I hope you all can stay with it. Kevin and I have lots of shows planned. This is just the beginning of the first chapter, because the reason why we chose this one tonight is because abortion is the controversy right now. Everybody's like, it's the hot ticket on the item, you know what I mean? Everybody's talking about it. Everybody has different opinions. And even him and I had a different opinion. He was pro-life for a long time, and I was pro-choice, and he couldn't understand why I was pro-choice, and I couldn't understand why he was pro-life. And until we started having this conversation, he was like, oh, I didn't realize all this information, but they hide it. It's not readily available. Like, you have to dig for this information, I swear. It took me 4 hours just to make 21 slides, okay? I had to read so many medical journals and so many government websites and so much information to bring it to you because it's not the top line. You know? You know, and I'm so happy for you, Mark. You are the 5% that actually has a good life for being adopted. And you know, I know a lot of people who have been adopted that had a good life, but I also know a lot of people who have been adopted and had a horrible life. So it goes both ways. There's two sides of the coin. And the thing about my religious beliefs is we believe in balance of everything. There's always good and there's always evil in everything. And you have to find the mid. You have to find the mid. Otherwise, if one's too far out of balance, the whole world's in chaos, is the best way to explain it. So you have to take the good with the bad. Just like, for example, tornadoes, hurricanes, those all happen, you know? It's the bad. It's the bad of the earth, right? Tornadoes, hurricanes, natural disasters, volcanoes, they all happen. They're not good, they kill people, you know, but without them, we wouldn't have the climate that we have. You know, we wouldn't have enough drinking water. We wouldn't have enough mineralization. You know, there's a good and bad in everything. Everything has good and evil in it. And that's my religious beliefs. You have to take the good with the bad. It's like a balance beam. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. I believe a lot in the good and the bad has to be in balance. And currently, right now, it's not. It's not in balance. And so we're in this thing called the Great Reset where it's going to come back. Because government is too far controlling the people when it shouldn't be. You know, it's like this. But yeah, and that's the problem. The earth is even in balance. The earth has to be in balance as well, and otherwise it doesn't survive. I hope that you all understand what I'm saying. There's nothing much else I can say. Does anyone have any questions? Mark, the good life, see, this is where my religious beliefs is. And this couldn't be, you know, love. Love is the answer. Love will make you have a good life. You have to love every single person, and sometimes it's really hard because you always want to go to the judge, you know, and love and non-judgmental is the way of the world, actually. You have to love everyone. In my family, we have, you know, half my family's Catholic, half my family's Protestant, and I'm different. Okay, I'm neither Protestant nor Catholic. I'm in a different religion completely. But I'm just giving you my background, for example. And you want to know what goes around my family table? Okay? You can love the sin, or you can love the sinner, but not love the sin. Does that make sense? In fact, you know, even the Bible talked about greed. You know, Mark, you said people in the Philippines are dirt poor and they're happy. Yes, that's true. And you want to know why? Because even the Bible talked about greed. Greed makes people hate. And that's the opposite. And I'm not trying to push the Bible on anybody, but I know a lot of people are Christian. And they do listen to the Bible, but even the Bible said that greed is the root of all, a root to evil. So, you know, believe it or if you're not, you know, I can give you certain verses if you want. I spent many years as a Christian. I chose to leave the church for a reason. Because the church to me was a little bit, they weren't teaching their own book to me. So, Love is the answer. You have to love everyone for what they are, for who they are, and not what they do. And you're not to judge them for what they do. That's the saying in our family. You can love the person but not love the sin, and you don't judge the person for making the sin. Does that make sense? We don't do that in our family at all. We do not go, you're going to such and such place because you believe this. No, not at all. Mm-mm. In fact, we will not say that to your face. We'll just be like, we love you. We'll pray for you. We love you. We hope you make the right choices for yourself and your life. That's it. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. My family, they don't care if you're gay. They don't care if you're trans. They don't care, and I have family members that are Catholic, I have family members that are Protestant, and then there's me, the in-between. And they all say, you're made in God's image. So, and we have to love you as you are, and we can't judge you, and we have to let you make your own choices. Yes. Greed does suck, Mark. Greed sucks. And even in the Bible, it talks many places about greed and not to be greedy because actually you won't end up in heaven. He said that greedy people have a less chance of ending up in heaven, according to the Bible. But I have friends who are priests that will preach that all day, Preachers and priests that'll preach that all day because it's in the Bible. Not that I'm a Bible belt. Trust me, I am not. I know some of you are Christian in here, and some of you are not. I am a witch. I've been a witch for very many years, and I'm going to give you a lot of misconceptions about witches really fast. Okay, I'm going to do this in a really quick second. A lot of people think that witches are evil. Our witches are evil because they worship the devil, and in fact, it's quite the opposite. We don't even believe in the devil at all. We worship nature, and we have gods, and we believe in a god and a goddess. And a lot of witches are Christian witches that believe that Mary is the goddess, and God is God. And a lot of Christianity, including your marriages, your communion, your holidays, and a lot of your even Catholic religion, especially Catholic religion with your incense and your certain prayers and everything, and your candles, you're all taking that from witches. Seriously. Like, even the specific finger that you put your ring on to get married is an actual witch, that's a witch tradition. So, you know what? I'm so happy for you. Money isn't everything. It's not everything, Mark. It's just not. In fact, I have a chance to be at a higher paying job, and because I love my job, I decided not to. I just stayed, even though I could have made almost double my salary. I wouldn't be struggling as hard, but, But you know what? Struggles are okay. They teach us to be better. Thank you, Wendy. I love you, Wendy. Wendy and Spicy have been around a long time. Mark, I know you're a newcomer, I think. But what else you got? LOL, I could be here all night. Oh, I would have to go use the bathroom before I go all night, ladies. Because I drank 32 ounces of water and I made a beverage, out of this. My friend sent me this cup, guys, and I actually have to show you. It says, I'm out of patience for deeply disappointing men in unmerited positions of authority. She bought me this cup, and I love it. Love it, because this is so me. I can go much longer if you want me to. I would have to use the restroom, though. I know, Wendy, you want me to do a reading for you. Your friend is wise. Yes, I wanted to put stickers on this, but I'm afraid by putting stickers, I ruin the chance to put it in the dishwasher or wash it in any way, because this is epoxied. Like it's lettering, but it's epoxied on, so you can wash it. But yeah, in fact, I believe all government. Yeah, Mark, I've been a witch forever. My family, half my family's Catholic, half my family's Protestant, Methodist, or missionary. I grew up very religious, actually. I spent a lot of years in the church. I memorized the Bible probably a few times. Well, I've not memorized. I've read the Bible many times. In fact, I still believe in parts of the Bible. Like, don't get me wrong. I have my morals. I'm not immoral because I'm a witch. In fact, quite the opposite. But I do have to use the restroom, guys. So if you want me to keep talking, give me a momento, okay? Come on, guys. Oh, yeah. My cousin is a non-Bible. Bible's hard to believe at all. Mark, I'm going to tell you the secret about the Bible. It's been rewritten so many times. So many times. I can't even count. In fact, I'm going to tell you a little secret about the Bible. The word homosexuality never even reached the Bible until 1942. You want to know what verse they started with first? Man shall not lie with man as he does woman. Used to be, man shall not lie with child as he does with woman. Get a Bible that was pre-42. I have one. My grandparents gave it to me, so that's how I know what the actual verse was. Because my grandparents, they were alive in the 30s, But yeah. It's interesting how many verses got changed to fit an agenda. There's 5,000 differences from the oldest Bible. In fact, the Methodists did a. In fact, I sent this to Wendy. The Methodists did a grabbed the oldest Bible that they could ever find, and they started, using the new Bible and referencing it to the old one. There's 5,000 differences. There's 14 books missing? Mindy, was it 14 or 15? Somewhere in there. 14 books are missing from the Bible, the actual Bible, because it didn't, and they're out of order now. The actual most, not to, against you against religion, please don't consider this. The Sefer is the oldest Bible that's out there right now. That's the least tampered with. It's $100 Bible. It's called the Sefer. It's in order. It's got all the books. It's very hard to read though. It's the oldest version that they have right now, and even that's been tampered with a little. Nothing that you read nowadays hasn't been tampered with by somebody. In fact, the King James Version was actually written to have the white narrative, actually. 14 books. Okay, thank you, Wendy. Thank you! In fact, for Divine Feminine. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay, we're going to talk about Revelations here. Sorry, guys. Probably going to hate, you Christians are probably going to hate me, you super Christians. But I got to talk about Revelations. In fact, another thing, the mark of the beast is 666, right? The 3 sixes. Do you want to know what it actually means? 666? The 3 sixes? It's divine feminism. They're scared of women rising up. 666 is divine feminism. You want to know what? We just reached the divine feminine portal on June 6th, 2022. It opened up. It's going to be around for a little while. So that's why I said Revelations is sooner than you think, everybody, because it's right here, right now. 777 is divine masculine. That opened up on... So right now you have a balance between divine masculine and divine feminine that is having a basic battle on the planets. It opened up on, I think, 7-3 or 7-6, or 7-6. 7-3 or 7-6. And that's why, if the world seems like it's like WTF right now, like you can't believe what's coming out of these people's mouths, it's because it's meant to happen. It really is. It's a balance. So what's going to happen is divine feminism and male masculinity have been out of balance forever, for as long as we all know. Jesus is not a white swimmer looking guy. In fact, quite the opposite. He was actually brown, with brown hair, brown eyes. He's not a white guy. He was from Jerusalem. In fact, here's another shocker, everybody. Jesus wasn't Christian. Poof, mic drop. He wasn't Christian. In fact, he hated, and there's several verses in the Bible that talk about he hated the idea of organized religion. Hated it. But those aren't really talked about. One's in Matthew, and I think the other one is in either John or Peter. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I know the first one's in Matthew. It says like basically hide in your closet to pray. That verse. Yeah. He hated the idea of organized religion. In fact, there's a book I want you all to read besides Freakonomics. It actually talks about religion and a lot of other things. It's called The 3 Waves of Volunteers in the New Earth by Dolores Cannon. She was religious, but she wrote this book because it brings a lot of things together. Even the conspiracy theory of aliens. Aliens do exist, and they're not what you think. Okay? They're the godlike source, is what it is. So there's just more than God and Jesus. Okay, there's it's a council, is what it is. And I keep trying to tell people this, and they think I'm crazy when I say it. But, yes, Jesus was a Jew. And you want to know something very serious, Mark? Guess who believes in abortions? Until actually like 42 days before you have a child. I'll give you some time to think about that. It's Jewish people. Jewish people doesn't believe that a child is an actual child until about 42 days before it's born. Yeah. In fact, the Jewish people are suing in these extreme red states because it's a violation of the religion. And it's not only Jewish people. Wiccans also believe that, life doesn't begin until breath. And Muslims don't believe that until, breath is the first sign of life. There's many religions that believe it. And here's another thing. There's 12 different versions of Christianity, and only four or six, four believe that life begins at pretty much conception. The rest of them believe different beliefs that abortion should be happening. Just saying. So, yeah. Really weird? Yeah, I know. I don't believe life begins until birth. Honestly. Not that I would be okay with somebody getting an abortion to born. No. That's not what I'm saying. But an actual physical, there's a transfer of energy when somebody is born that people don't realize. I think abortion should be legal until 24 weeks and then go on a case-by-case basis after that. Because 24 weeks is the viability. The chances of viability before 24 weeks is so low that I'm okay with people getting an abortion, because I know if they're getting an abortion at that point, it's not because of a birth control thing, usually. It's more of something's wrong. Dang, I'm running out of liquids here. Already drank this. Already drank all of this. Now I'm on to the Coke. But, the divine feminism. Let's go back to divine feminism. I keep getting off track. Sorry, guys and gals. Divine feminism is a balance. It's, men create, and that's 6 months is about 24 weeks. Mark. That's the 6 month mark. They're viable after about 6 months, or for about 6 months. And you're lucky that your baby survived at 6 months, because they're still really little. Miracle baby for sure. Divine feminism, let's talk about that. So, I read your mind. Okay, yeah, I probably did, Wendy. Hey, I don't need these. I don't have a second person here. I don't need headphones. Am I echoey, guys? If I'm echoey, I'll put them back in, but my ears are starting to hurt. Divine feminism is... So women were put here to show love and compassion and also be the giver of life. Women were here to be the... How do I explain this? How would I explain this? They're the... I'm trying to find the best words without seeming like I'm sexist here, but I'm really not. They're here to be like the strong backs, I guess is the best way to describe it. They show the least amount of love, and they're more focused, singularly focused. Where women are more focused on everything and to bring it all in. Bring it all together is the best way to see. In Wicca, we believe women are superior to men. The goddesses are always superior to the gods because the goddesses create life and also take it away. So, not that the god isn't needed. And it's quite the opposite. In Wicca, we believe that the god and the goddess is equally important, but the goddess is the giver of life. Like, she even gives life to the god. So, we kind of believe that the goddess is a little bit more supreme than a god. And not that we disrespect the god any less, I guess, is the best way and choice. We don't do that at all. We respect both equally. But the goddess is the giver of life, and she also takes life away. You know? So that's divine feminism. So right now, currently, divine feminism and divine masculinity need to work together to create a balance. And they haven't been for millions of years. So we're moving into where they will be equal. And it's starting in 2022. It was Lilith. Lilith was the first wife of Adam. She wanted, in fact, that's one of the books that's out of the Bible. It's the story of Lilith. Lilith wouldn't submit to Adam. And she wanted knowledge and power equally as Adam, and God sent her away. Because he thought that, a woman must submit. But they're starting to find the error of their ways, and a woman doesn't need to submit. She needs to be equal. So yes, Lilith is the one that you're talking about. In fact, look up Lilith. She's one of the books that's been removed out of the 14 books. In fact, it was before Genesis. I think it was between Genesis and the next book. Or before Genesis. I don't even know. But Lilith, the story of Lilith is a thing. And that was the reason why. So you know how the story of Adam and Eve, right? You know how Eve ate from the tree because she was encouraged by the serpent, right? The serpent is Satan. Well, here's the backstory on her. God created Lilith and Eve in the same looks, okay? And they looked exactly the same. Except the serpent is, the devil, right? The devil fell in love with Lilith. She became dark after she got kicked out of the Garden of Eden. And so, but she didn't submit to even Satan. So she kind of got even cast out of that, in some way, shape, or form. So I don't know the whole story completely, but she got cast out. So the serpent trying to convince Eve to eat the apple was actually because she was made in the same way as Lilith. So he fell in love with Lilith. So he was trying to convince her to eat the apple so she would come to his side, kind of thing. Long story short. Look up the story of Lilith. It's true. It actually happened. You're welcome, Mark. In fact, witches kind of when speaking of Lilith, we tread lightly because she's not one of those goddesses that you really want to tick off. Gods and goddesses, or goddess, she's a deity you don't want to tick off because she can be very fluctuating. In fact, we leave Lilith alone unless you absolutely have to call on Lilith. And you gotta be desperate. Oh man. In fact, I know a lot of people who don't. They don't call on Lilith unless it's a 911 situation. But Lilith is she does fight for women's rights, equal rights. In fact, I did do a spell about Roe versus Wade being overturned, and I did bring in Lilith. That was the only time I've ever brought in Lilith. But, and in fact, I was I wasn't sure, but she came to me and said that, she came to me in a vision, and she said they forgot about me. And I had to at that point. I was just like, you know what? I just gotta trust the process. Yeah, I had to trust the process. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. In fact, I don't even do very many spells lately. In fact, most of my spells are hey, the earth needs to find some love and acceptance. And that's what most of my spells are like that. Hey, there's too much hate in the world. Let's bring some love. Let's bring some acceptance. Let's open some minds. In fact, there's a lot of things about Wicca people don't understand. Wicca is the same. We have the same principles, okay? We don't just do spells to harm people at all. It's not. It's against our policies. Yes, it's love and acceptance and light. In fact, that's another reason why a lot of you haven't seen me. I've been accepted in a coven, and I've also been teaching. I've been a teaching member of another coven as a guest. So I've been very busy, and we're trying to raise the vibration a little bit of people to learn to love each other and not hate each other. You know, because that's the only way we're going to get through the next portal of timeline. If we don't start loving one another, it's going to end badly for everyone involved. The earth, how am I supposed to say this right? We're actually going to end up destroying ourselves and the earth at the same time if we don't do it. And that's why I've been trying so hard to tell you guys, like, war is bad. You know, nuclear war especially, but all war. We need to find a way to love one another and accept one another for who you are. And it's not a left thing, it's not a right thing. You know, that's a divide. That's a tactic that the government has chose to divide you. In fact, religion is also a divide. You're not my religious beliefs, so I gotta hate you or dislike you. It's a divide. It's a divide tactic. Because honestly, guys and gals, if we all banded together and we all learn to love and accept one another, who's the most powerful force? Us or the government? Please answer me that. If we can find a way to love one another and accept one another and band together and bring all of our problems to the doorstep of the government, who's the bigger party? Us or the government? I'm waiting for all your responses. Because the problem is we're so divided. Because they want us to be divided. You don't understand? It's all the leftists, it's all the right, it's all the Christian, the Catholics, it's all this, it's all that, it's all this. That's all I ever hear. That's all I ever hear. In fact, I was reading, just the other day, I was reading an article about pollutants in water and how, you know, scientists found a way to possibly reduce those so, you know, cancers will become less and blah, blah, blah. It was a scientific journal. All the comments disgusted me. It disgusted me. I looked at those comments because I was curious to see what they said. Whew! Let me tell you, more divide in those people than ever before. Oh, it's the left that's doing this to you. Oh, it's the right that's not doing this. Blah, blah, blah. You are about... That article had nothing to do with the left and the right. It was like, hey, we have this pollutant in our rainwater. Let's find a way that we can combat it, okay, so it doesn't kill us all. Okay? With cancer. You know? The left is the ones that are, you know, doing this stuff to you, blah, blah, blah. That's all the comments were, the left and the right, and this and that. And I'm like, all I could think to myself was, man, if all y'all loved each other, this wouldn't even be a conversation. This wouldn't be a conversation. This would be... yes, Mark. Excellent point. Yes, religions cause a lot of the dying. Let me talk about the Catholic Church, shall we? I know, I'm sorry, I know you're Catholic, Mark, but let me talk about the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church are the Crusades. Killed millions of people from the Crusades, by the way. They started it. In fact, they started a lot of wars. The Catholic Church has done a lot of damage. In fact, I was just talking to Wendy the other day about the Catholic Church. I want you all to watch another documentary. You know, watch the Janes, watch the Reversing Row, read Freakonomics, read The Three Waves of Volunteers. I also want you to watch another documentary. It's on Showtime. It's called The Spotlight. I think there was a list of 200 cities? 200 cities of Catholic churches that had, from 1980 until 2015, that had child pedophilia from the Catholic Church. Greed is ground zero. It is, Mark. It is ground zero. Greed and divide is ground zero. There's so much stuff I want to tell you all everything, but I know y'all are gonna look at me like I'm this freaking conspiracy theorist, and I'm really not. I'm just smart. I just look at things in a different light. Okay? I do, because I'm awakened. I see both sides of the spectrum, okay? And I always have, and people call me crazy. You know, I've been telling people, I said, you think that there's a two-party system in America when it's really one. And here's the best part I want to tell y'all. The reason why they're not codifying yours and my rights is because it's a talking point. It's the ones that get them votes. They're not gonna tax the rich. No, they're not gonna do that. You want to know the 3% is the ones that rule this country. The top 3% that don't pay any taxes. None. You and I pay at least 15 to 25% tax. It's 30 in some states, depending on your state government. But the rich pay zero. Take that from an accountant. They pay zero. There was a study done in England. It actually came on the news this week. A study done in England. They think by not taxing the rich, it's going to trickle down. No, it doesn't. It actually just makes the rich more richer. And they don't care about us. Michael Jackson had it right. They don't care about us. Totally true. They don't care about us. They couldn't give two craps about us. We're just the working class. We feed into their greed. That's all it is. It's all it ever will be. We feed into their greed because we are the ones that work their corporate jobs for our little salary that we could barely survive on. Tell me I'm wrong. There's so much that I want to just blurt out, but I want to be careful because, I don't know. I don't know how much y'all can handle. In fact, Kevin is on the same wavelength as me. Him and I have had many conversations about this. Mark, thank you for making such a good point here. Americans always need more until they wake up. Guess what? The awakening is happening. It's called the Great Awakening, and it's going to happen probably between 2022 and 2024. Not everybody's going to wake up, but most people are. You're noticing right now there's a lot of distractions. And I don't mean to say this like it's a mean thing to say, but you notice there's a lot of things in the news that is going on right now. And I'm going to give you a few examples, okay? Monkeypox, West Nile virus, polio, Trump being raided by Mar-a-Lago, at Mar-a-Lago, defund the FBI, the January 6th thing, the Sadie Hook trial that just happened, the voter fraud trials that are going on right now. All of this is happening at once. You think this is not planned? They want to distract the crap out of us so we don't see what's happening on in the background. Deals are being made. Try to tell me I'm wrong. And you want to know? I'm going to tell you something very true. You need to go to Twitter and look at this. When the news reported that, oh, they're in Trump's safe, the FBI is in Trump's safe, you need to look at the people who all the politicians that overreacted on Twitter. There's quite a few of them. I'm wondering what's in that safe that has their secrets. Seriously. There's a lot of Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, I can't even say her name, Matt Gaetz, Ted Cruz. They were all freaking out. We need to defund the FBI. We need to defund the police. We need to do this. We need to do that. As soon as they said that, they're in the safe. I wonder what information's in that safe. Wrong answers only, everybody. Wrong answers only. Yeah, think about it. Not that I'm a Trump supporter. I'm really not. In fact, because I saw beyond. Trump was just easily bought. That's the reason why he ended up in office. And if you think the president is actually voted in by the people, you'd be dead wrong. He's put there by people. They want him to be. Trump was put there. He was easily bought. He was easily paid for. Because, Trump's about his money. Tell me I'm wrong. And that's the reason. But he's not going to be reelected because he's not easily controlled. That's the best way to describe it. Yeah, he's easily bought and he's easily paid for, but he's not easily controlled. Like the rest of them. They take the money and they shut up. And they do what they're told. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Do you think the politicians have any say? In fact, I'm going to tell you, in Indiana, they were, trying to get rid of abortion. In fact, one of those greedy people had to get on the stand and said, I'm going to remind so-and-so senator, he was Republican, why I put you into office. You better vote right, or otherwise I'll take you out of office. She literally said that as a witness statement. Kid you not. Kid you not. Some rich foundation head leader woman said, you gotta remember why I put you into office. To ban abortion. You better vote correctly, otherwise I will take you out of office. She said that in front of everybody to hear. And you could, in fact, you could see his face. He didn't want to vote no. He didn't want to ban it, but he had to, because he was bought and paid for. True. I think it was the Senate. I think it was the Senate or the House of Representatives. It was one of the two. You have to watch the Indiana as they were banning abortion. Rewatch it. It's on YouTube everywhere. You can watch it. She literally sat there in front of everybody and said that. Remember why I put you into office. And if you don't vote right, I'll take you out. Yep. You think that you have rights right now? No, you don't. You don't. And it's not, I keep telling everybody. Everybody's like, oh, it's the Republicans, oh, it's the Democrats. No, it's both. They're both scratching each other's backs. And have you ever noticed, this goes for both parties, please don't think that I'm, Indiana, you need to watch that, Mark, because it was funny. Remember why I put you in office? Yeah, they banned abortion in Indiana, completely, unless you're like pretty much dead. Yeah, and if you read the bill, doctors are leaving Indiana right now because, especially OBGYNs, because the bill is, they're prosecuting the doctors if they don't make the right decision. So yeah, and the doctors are like, you know what? I can go anywhere else. There's a shortage of doctors. I don't even care. In fact, Indiana's going to be losing its biggest pharma job-wise here shortly because they're moving to another state because they don't agree. Doctors are leaving so freaking fast. See you later, Indiana. Hopefully you have fun with doctors and nurses because they're leaving like flies. You know? Poof! I read an article that like 50% of pretty much nurses and doctors want to leave right now, Indiana. 50%. You think they're going to replace them? No. Nobody's going to go to a state that's going to criminalize and take away their license for making the wrong decision. Mark, it is both parties that are doing this. It's not just one. I keep freaking telling people. The moment they wake up is the moment we'll be all in a great place. Because it's Democrats and Republicans. They're all scratching each other's backs. Because it's the money. You notice that Democrats... Okay, Mark. Let me make an analogy right here, okay? If we did half the stuff that the government does, we'd all be sitting in prison, right? Look at Matt Gaetz, for example. He's being investigated for child trafficking. He still holds a public office while he's being investigated. If any of us were under investigation for child trafficking, do you think we'd still have our jobs? Please tell me. Because I probably wouldn't. They would fire me faster than licorice. They'd find a reason to fire me faster than licorice. And the Hunter Biden laptop, for example. You're lucky, Mark. You might want to leave your state when you do need doctors, though. I'm telling you. Because doctors are, like, they're reading that wonderful abortion ban. And basically, if the doctors don't make the right decision, they lose their medical license and face 10 years in prison. They're like, see you later! No thanks. I went to med school and to face this. Nah, I'm good. I can go work anywhere else. I can work worldwide. Mofo, I don't need to stay here. Because an American doctor degree goes everywhere. Every country takes it. Very easily, too. Just telling you. You're going to see a lot of shortages of nurses, and you've already seen teachers. Teachers are already like, screw you. I don't want to be here. You're banning, you know, how I can teach in my classroom and telling me to freaking arm up because of school shooters and not giving me the proper equipment to do so? Nah, I'm good. I'll go work in McDonald's and make more money. You know? In some cases, McDonald's does make more money than freaking school teaching. Trust me, I used to be in education. I know how much teachers make. It's pennies, man, compared to what they're worth. And you need a bachelor's degree and a certificate, you know, to be a teacher. So yeah, I mean, a lot of teachers are like, see you later. Yeah, Wendy, you're right. Teachers just can't transfer states either. They're stuck because they're certified through the state. So in my state, honestly, it's... You make more money. Yes, it was. Mark. You can't transfer states, Wendy. Honestly, Wendy, if you don't have to go back to teaching, I probably would suggest doing something different. Maybe do something different with your life. Teaching's hard, especially in Texas. I think you're from Texas, maybe, or Florida. I can't remember. I know you're in a red state. Yeah, good luck. Don't go back to teaching in a red state. Nope. Oh, you want to know? I gotta tell you something. Texas Texas is very funny these days. Woo! Do you want to know what book they pulled off the shelf and why? They pulled off The Diary of Anne Frank off of Texas bookshelves. Do you want to know why? It's too risque. It's too risque. I was like, wow, I don't remember that book ever being risque. I don't remember any sexy parts in that book, but apparently it's too risque for children to read, high schoolers to read. I was like, wow, what are they going to take off the shelf next? The Scarlet Letter? That's a lot more risque than Anne Frank. Romeo and Juliet. Hamlet. There's a lot of killing in Hamlet. And Romeo and Juliet. You know? Oh, you're from Texas. Oh, I knew you were from a red state. Vote Beto. That'd be the only thing I can say for you, Wendy. Unfortunately, that's the only option you have because we have a two-party system. And vote blue because it's the only thing you got. Because the red people in your state don't even bother. Romeo and Juliet and the DiCaprio movie was rated R. Yeah, see? Yeah, but they don't ban those books off the shelf. They ban The Diary of Anne Frank. It's too risque. It's too risque. I don't remember that book ever being risque. I don't remember one part of that book being risque. I've read it twice. I mean, it was years ago the last time I read it, but... You know what? As a principal, you do make decent money. Decent money. I have to admit that. In fact, I'm gonna light an incense because I feel like I need to clear some of this energy out of here. Whew. Oy, oy. Oh, all right. Yeah, most teachers only do it for the vacation and then time off. I used to be on the school board, guys, and work at a school, so trust me, time off was great, but the pay was nothing, like, compared to what I make now. In fact, it's not that I make great money, like, I make okay money, but I mean, I could make more, but I work for a really good company, so I'm not worried about money right now. Money will come and go, you know? Man, I've been on here 3.5 hours talking about this. I know Wendy was excited about this whole live forever. She was like, yay, you're coming back on. Because I told Wendy about it, a couple days ago. Yeah, I suggest you do, Wendy. In fact, I need to do your reading still. Don't let me forget. As I'm looking at all my tarot cards, like, right above me. Yeah. I told everyone Saturday, leave me alone. Oh, that's funny. Oh. We were 21 out of 23 days of OT, then 4 days off. Ooh. That is brutal, Mark. You know what you need? Some love. and relaxation. I can't even. I was gonna say I have this wonderful love bath salts. Maybe you need to take a bath. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I'm too. I guess I'm too spoiled. I have my weekends off every weekend. My boss is not. I'm like, if it's your time off, she doesn't call you. And see, I used to have to work all the time at my school job because I was part of the board and I was the accountant and I took care of a lot of things. But I'm telling you, I'm telling you, it was brutal. I never want to do that again. I never want to work that many hours. Because you don't have time to enjoy your money. You only have time to spend it on your bills. You know? Yay! I'm happy for you, Mark! I'm happy you retired. I'm so happy for you. I'll only work until I'm dead. A good job with good insurance. That's hard to find these days. I'm telling you. I have this zit that keeps coming back right there. So sorry. Not that my nose is red, just... In fact, I need to clear this energy. Because we've been talking about, abortions and stuff. So... a lot of dark energy. I don't usually surround myself with that much dark energy, but I had to tonight because I had to make a point to everybody that, trust women. Trust women will make the right choices. Okay? And that's the problem with society. They don't trust women enough. They think they know better than women, and they don't. Women are the loving and compassionate beings, because that's what they're here for. You know? Yes, no time to spend, that is correct. I couldn't spend enough money. I need to actually start budgeting a little bit better. Because my boyfriend gets out of the military in about a year, so him and I want to do some things with our lives. So Mark, I believe how he found me is because I did tarot readings on another channel I didn't tell you about, Wendy. Sorry. Curious Rose. She's actually doing bedtime stories tonight. I just totally messed up my... This is why I hate Apple earbuds. You try to be nice with them and then they get all tangled. I know, I'm sorry, Wendy. I love you, Wendy. It was a last minute thing, and it was in the middle of the night, and I didn't think you would be awake anyway, because I know you're a couple hours ahead of me. This friend loves to go all hours of the night. It was even getting late for me. I can be up pretty late, but I was like, whew, girl, you can go on and on and on. I love Curious Rose to death, don't get me wrong, but whew. She can have a 9-hour live starting at 9 p.m. And I'm like, I can't stay up that long. I got stuff to do. Yeah, I did 3 card readings for a friend of mine. Her name is Curious Rose. She has a channel on YouTube. Oh, yeah, I remember that, Mark. You were supposed to get married. How did that work out for you? Yeah, it was Curious Rose's channel. In fact, I'll give you the, I gotta find her. Holy wow, she's already got 1,000 subscribers, so go her. I'm so happy for her. I don't know how to get the link, but oh, I'm sorry, Spicy. Just Curious Rose. She has a really good channel too. She reads. She's. I think she's reading the Sherilyn Cable book right now. I think is an option. Yeah, her lives are always late because she stays up late, and because she has Australian subscribers. So, um, yeah, I love. She's a great friend, Mark. She's been a friend of mine for a while. She's awesome, but she has Australian subscribers, so she does her lives later, and some people just can't stay up in the U.S. I couldn't stay up for that long after my readings. I love her, and I always replay her stuff, but I was like, man, I just can't stay up that late. I love her to death, though. She's a great friend. She does great material, and I love her. She's awesome. In fact, if you haven't subscribed to Curious Rose, you should do that. I'm pretty sure some of you follow her already. I don't know how to copy her link on the computer. I know how to do it on the phone. I'm just not that tech savvy. Sorry. I'm like trying to find a way to... She has like, a bunch of different people on her thing. Yeah, Rose is a sweetheart. I love Psych Guy. He's funny on her show. And she does the Michael Hutchison thing, and yeah, she's just a sweetheart. In fact, she was supposed to come in. She wanted to drop in and say hi, but she's doing a book series tonight, a bedtime story series. So she was like, I have to miss it because you're going to be on Saturday, and I'm going to be on Saturday. And I was like, it's okay, you can replay. She's a great friend. Love her to pieces. Her and I talk all the time. In fact, we're due for some practical magic. And Hocus Pocus 2 is coming out. Woohoo! Yay! I'm so excited. I'm so excited about Hocus Pocus 2. Comes out September 30th on Disney. Anyone who's interested? Oh, Spicy. So your son pulled you away to help you clean his room. I'm so sorry. It happens. Life happens. I never usually get on lives anymore, man. 3.5 hours. I haven't been on a live in like, what, a year? Year and a half. In fact, I just put some of my videos back up because I took them all down because I was just I kept getting trolled. And even though I wasn't even on lives, I kept getting trolled, and I was just like, I can't do this. YouTube has its like ups and downs for me. I don't like being trolled. Like, somebody actually hacked my computer, trolled. It was like, this is just... I got Kevin calling me. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, it was Kevin. He called me. He said he's going to watch that wonderful show that I told him about. You married and divorced already? It's only been like a month, Mark. Dang, you worked fast. Oh, that's funny. Dang, I haven't. You know what, Mark? You've already beat me. I haven't even ever been married. I've been engaged twice, never made it down the aisle though. I was smart. Now I'm too afraid to get married because Arizona's a community property state from the moment you get married. So it doesn't matter. In Arizona, the moment you get married, it doesn't matter what you owned before. It's all community property. So it's like, now that I own a house and like own a bunch of crap, I'm like, I don't really want to get married. I don't want to get married at all. Like, I think I'll stay single. I'll just be in a partnership where we live together, I guess. But I'm owning my own house. I'm keeping the control on my own bank account and my own house. So if you want to leave, get out. You know? Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. My brother's been married and divorced 4 times, so he's been married and divorced enough for both of us. I know you're kidding, Mark. I just had to give you. I had to give you some slack. Uh, I need to get back on YouTube a little bit more, but I just am so busy. It's hard to just, because YouTube is like a project. Every time you get on it, you gotta be on it for so long. And I just don't want to sit in an area for too long. You know? I got too much stuff to do. In fact, today I was like, man, I don't even know if I'm going to make 4 o'clock. Because I had a meeting with some friends today in the morning. And then my brother needed stuff done. And then I didn't even get home until like 3 p.m. And I was just like, I haven't even sat down. Yeah. You know? I haven't even sat down and even enjoyed anything for myself. I was just too... Yeah. Oh, nice, Mark! I live in Tucson myself. I live right across the street from a golf course. Ah! In fact, it's funny because we find golf balls in the road all the time. Which is funny. People collect them because apparently they're worth some money. I don't know. Yeah, we live right across the street from a golf course. I see. The thing is, I don't want to collect them because it's all brush, and there's a lot of snakes that come over, rattlesnakes. So yeah, no, I'm good. I live in Pima County, not Maricopa. Maricopa's Phoenix area. Um, I go to Phoenix sometimes. I have friends in Phoenix. I have a lot of friends in Tucson too, though. We get together quite a few times a month. In fact, it's like always constantly like, you know. I'm out of water, guys. 3.5 hours. You made me drink 20 ounces, 32 ounces, and another 20 ounces. That's why I had to go use the restroom, because I was like, my bladder is full. And I'm already out of water. I'm getting thirsty. I'm going to have to get some more water, guys. I don't know how people, like, do lives and never drink water. Oh, Sky Harbor. I miss Sky Harbor Airport. I fly out of Tucson International now because the parking at Sky Harbor is just so expensive if you're doing a multiple day trip. And it doesn't really, it's not feasible for me. Because it's like by the time I pay the gas to get up there and then pay the parking, like I'll pay the extra $50 for my plane and it's cheaper. So, just the times suck. That's the problem, because there's not as many flights out of Tucson International as there is Sky Harbor. Sky Harbor, there's a flight leaving every 10 minutes. But not here. We live in a really small airport. And I can say that because my friend is a pilot and he had a hard time coming to visit because he's like, you live at a really small airport. I think those are the ones that, because we have a really like prestigious golf course right across the street, so yeah, that probably could be. I don't know. I'm not going to look for golf balls because the risk of looking for golf balls and dying is pretty significant in that brush pile. Okay, because there's snakes in that brush pile because they're always on the road dead. So yeah, no, I'm good. I don't want to die from a snake bite. I'm good. It's not. And see, they don't even have to bite you. They can just lick you. And you can die because the poison's that strong with the rattlesnakes right here. In fact, I thought my dog got bit. Well, not per se bit, because she didn't have bite marks, she didn't have the fang marks, but I thought she got licked by a snake, or like, had snake saliva on her. And because she swelled up, like her neck and her snoot. And I took her to the emergency vet because it was like middle of the night. She went out potty and then came back in and her snoot's all like, and I was like, man, she probably got bit by a freaking snake, and then I was looking for bite marks, I couldn't find any, and I was like, she probably got saliva on her, like it was gonna strike, but it didn't actually, you know? The problem is, Mark, all my friends work the same times that I do, and it's hard to ask them to just take time off for me. We all have like day jobs. And the people I would ask that is retired, they can't drive, so it'd be pointless to get a ride to the airport. I just go through Tucson International. I can't even talk. I don't live that far from Tucson International. I just take an Uber. It's like less than $10 to go there. And it's $50 more for my plane ticket, whatever. I'm not being a baby. I'm saving my life, okay? There's snakes in that. Snakes and poison frogs in that from the brush. I'm good. And coyotes live around me too, and javelina. Javelina knocked over my trash can. I thought somebody ran into my house one day. Whew, that was bad. It freaked me out. It was at 2 in the morning. I heard a whoopah! And my house has been ran into before, so, that's not, that actually could happen. So, I thought somebody ran in my house again for the second time, and I was like, fuck me, And I walk outside, and it's freaking javelina knocking over my trash can. It was a group of them. I ended up just like, you know what? You have the trash can. I don't even care. I don't even care. You can have my trash can and all the contents in it. I don't care. I'll clean it up in the morning when y'all are gone. I'm not even, because those javelina are nasty when there's more than one. Nasty. So yeah. Last Thanksgiving, it was the day after Thanksgiving, my car was parked in the driveway. It was 5:30 or no, 6:30 in the morning, and somebody literally, they didn't stop because I live on a cul-de-sac, so you're like, technically, if you drive straight and don't make the little loop, you can drive straight through my house. So this dude was intoxicated, drove straight, and never made the little turn and went straight through. He pushed my car through the house. That's how fast he was going. I was like, check my shoes. I don't know what that emoji is. I always check my shoes. I spray my shoes every time before I put them on too, so I'm weird. I'm one of those weird people. I have Lysol everywhere in my house. In fact, sitting right next to me is a bottle of Lysol. Because, I live in a warm climate, so bugs and shit happen. So I try to keep my environment as clean as possible. Hi, Fatty. Hi, Taz. What are you doing? I need some water, ladies and gentlemen. I'm dying of thirst over here because I've already drank lots. So I will be right back. Fatty, please move. Thank you, Wendy. Hi. Where did you come in, Grace? Oh, scorpions. Yes, I do check for scorpions. Sorry. I was like trying to figure out what that was all about. Because the emoji looks like it's like a chipmunk over here. Water. Gotta love water. Yeah, scorpions are the first thing you gotta look for in your shoes. Talking for almost 4 hours really dries your throat. It looks like there's only 2 people in here. I wonder who they are. I know Mark's here. Wendy, are you still here? Wendy, you have all night, you said. Oh no, poor hikers are in some. Oh, putting the baby to bed. Okay, that makes sense. I'm running out of things to say. uh, can't talk very much more without somebody giving me a topic. I mean, give me a topic, somebody. I don't really have anything on my head. I think I've said most of it. I'm just like, it's been a rough day. I've had a lot going on. I was just thinking, let me think of another topic. I wish you could just come on here, Wendy. I'd be like, here, you talk for a little while. trying to think of another topic. I'm running short. My head's starting to be like, ooh, empty, 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 empty. Wendy, one of these days I'll get you on YouTube. I got this? Ooh. If I got it, oof, you guys are in trouble. You know, I'm just not afraid to put my face out there anymore. You know? I'm just the point where I'm like, eh. You know how many times I've said Scotty beat me up this week? In fact, you know, I thought everybody had watched Star Trek. So when I made the reference, one of my coworkers was like looking at me like I was 5 shades of green. And I was like, you've never seen Star Trek? There's like 59 different versions of Star Trek, you know? Like, how have you not seen any version of Star Trek? Superstition Mountain. That's with the twins, isn't it? The movie with the twins? Oh, you did research the Divine Feminine. Yeah, the Divine Feminine is counterpart to the Divine Masculine, which is a twin plane. That's what I was trying to explain in the beginning, but I didn't specifically say twin flame, no. You know? Superstition Mountain. That was a good movie. And that mountain actually exists, actually, in real life. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of conspiracy theories I could go over, but I don't want to seem like, like a conspiracy theorist for life. Oh, da. In fact, you know what? Wendy, you will like this, actually. I'm sorry, Wendy. I love you. Just remember that, okay? Mark, you've already seen these cards, so... Bought a new deck of cards, and then I've already debuted them on Rose's channel. Sorry, Wendy. Love you. See? It's called the Witchlings deck and book set. See? These are, like, this card is strength, this one's motivation, vitality, imagination, you know, things like that. They have, you know, their path, something that you need to focus on. So when I'm doing a reading, I'll pull a card of, this is what your main focus needs to be. Blah, blah, blah. And it comes with a wonderful book that I haven't read. I wish this book was a lot bigger. It has a lot of spells in here. A bath for good luck. You need a green candle and a safe candle holder. 6-inch square of green cotton fabric, elastic band, a handful of cinnamon sticks, fresh ginger root, and a bunch of fresh basil. Wrap the ingredients in the fabric and bind with the elastic band. Light the candle and run the bath. Place the pouch in the water and relax for at least 20 minutes. Oh, a Superstition Mountain. I was thinking a movie for some odd reason. I know Superstition. See, this is why 4 hours is not a good thing for Rochelle. She starts to lose her mind, man. She gets tired and lose her mind. You know? I forgot. Yeah, Superstition Mountain is in Arizona. I'm an idiot. Sorry, Mark. I was thinking movie for some odd reason. Who's texting me? See, this is how bad I'm, like, starting to really brain fog. I have, like, nothing. In fact, you know what I want to do? I want to watch Reversing Road. That was a good documentary. If you do not watch it, You need to watch it. How is my brother? Oof, he's up and down. Uh, he's currently, I did a reading for him a while ago, and he's kind of throwing that one in my face. This is why I hate doing readings for my brother. You know? Because when I do a reading for my brother, I'm either, like, right, but he doesn't listen to the advice, and then it goes wrong. It goes, like, in the opposite direction of what it should be. And then, you know, readings are fluid. I keep telling people that. They only give you a snapshot in time, but, you know, everyone has free will, and you can make your own decisions. And it's a snapshot at time. You know what I mean? Like, if you stay on your current path right now, this is what it's going to look like. But if you do the opposite, then it's not going to come true. Just saying. Yeah, my brother. I hate when he asked me. It was a love reading, too, so it was just horrible for me. Dinosaur Mountain? I've never even heard of Dinosaur Mountain. Have you guys watched the Dr. Oz and the Fetterman debate, guys? Oh, readings the whole life. Yeah, I can't do that anymore. Wendy, no. My mind just... My mind would just go... I can't read the whole live anymore. I'm not to my old days, man. My brain is just foggy. It takes a lot of energy to read tarot. I keep telling everybody that. In fact, I actually got offered a position to read tarot on the weekends, and I turned it down. Because I was like, I just can't. I just can't. My buddy opened up a new store, and he's like, yeah, you could read tarot in the back room on the weekends. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not interested. I'm so far from tarot right now. I've done a lot of shadow work and got away from tarot. Maybe that's why, because tarot is like a starting point for me. But I'll get back to it. It's just, it has this energy field, you know. It takes a lot of energy to read somebody's tarot, because you have to tap into their energy to be able to read. You know, it's hard to explain. Other than that, yeah, remember the old days. I do miss those old days, but I just can't read like that anymore. No, I bought those from a tarot shop in town. Tarot Destroyer. I think you can buy them on Amazon, though, honestly. So I live in a really liberal town, even though Arizona's a really red state. There's a lot, so Tucson is very liberal because, no, I bought them. My friend owns the store. I don't shoplift anything, I buy. Yeah, it was really draining to read all the time, Wendy. Yeah, so draining. Uh, in Arizona, there's like a metaphysical shop, like pretty much on every corner. So it's really easy to buy things metaphysically, like tarot, herbs, rocks, stones, you know, pendulums, you name it, you can buy it anywhere. Like, you know how many stores are just around the corner, like just within a 10-minute drive from me? Like 4. I have lots of friends Tarot Destroyer. I have a friend who owns a candle store. I buy a lot of candles from her. Candle and metaphysical store. down the street. So I bought that deck from her store. I think they were like $20, $25. Not that expensive. I don't know how much they are on Amazon though. Tarot Destroyer? No, I don't shoplift. Why would I shoplift? That's bad karma. I buy things with my own money. In fact, I have an accounting degree. I have 2 degrees. I make okay money. In fact, I can show you one of my degrees. It's sitting right here. I just got it in the mail. There you go, Tarot Destroyer. And I have 10 years of experience in my field. In fact, I have recruiters calling me every day. I didn't show my name, I just showed the college I went to. No, 2 degrees in business and accounting. Tarot Destroyer. I'm pretty sure your degrees are in lesbian dance. In fact, I have 10 years of experience in accounting. Do you? I'm just at the point where I don't even want to block anybody anymore. I'm on my way to my 3rd degree. How many degrees do you have, Tarot Destroyer? And what are they in? I'm not begging for anything. What am I begging for? I didn't even ask for any money during this whole life. You think my degrees are from the internet? Go look up Baker College. Yeah, I wish I could, but in StreamYard I can't, Wendy. Yeah, I wish I could, Wendy. I don't know how to do it on StreamYard. I have to go through YouTube Studio and then end my lab to do that. I'm on StreamYard because I had to have Kevin on. Look up Baker College, Tarot Destroyer. That's where my stuff's from. I showed you to my degree. Baker College. Baker. It's a fucking college. I don't beg. I don't have children. Pola, I don't have any children at all. I have dogs and a house, a car. I'm not begging for anything. I've never asked for money this whole life. In fact, if you were here, I actually gave you all information. I don't have to ask for money. I'm fine. I have plenty of money. My own money. I don't need any of y'all. I don't know. Probably because my name is Tarot Readings by Rochelle. I don't do tarot readings anymore. That's how everybody knows me, so I keep my channel name the way it is. In fact, when I did tarot readings, if it costs $200, good luck. In fact, I can show you my transcripts too. you know. I'm blocking these people. I can't. I don't need trolls. $200 to go to. I've never even asked for money this whole life. Have I? No. In fact, my channel's not even monetized at all. I have 110 subscribers. Okay. In fact, even if I had 1,000 subscribers, I wouldn't even monetize my channel. It's not even worth it. You don't make money off of YouTube unless you got millions of subscribers. Not enough money. You know? Yeah, like they come in, you know, and they see my channel as Tarot Readings by Rochelle. I used to do tons of tarot readings for free. You can ask Wendy. Free. I used to do recipes on this channel. I used to cook. I used to garden on this channel. I don't need anybody's money, okay? Just because I talked about a job opportunity that I possibly could have taken and I turned it down. I have a job, guys. I make my money. I own the house that I live in. You know what, Mark, I would love to give up my college degree, but unfortunately it's made me a lot of money, so... And I need to get one more degree to get to the salary level that I want. It's not going to cost me that much money to do it. Because Baker College is really super cheap. That's why I go to Baker College, and they're very accredited, and they're really well known. I just graduated in May. It took them freaking 4 months to send me my degree. You know? And it took them 4 months to put my degree on paper. Which was even more shit, you know? I was like, gosh. Because I couldn't even apply to my next degree that I want until they put it on paper that I actually finished my degree, my last degree. So I can't advance to the next one because it's graduate level work until they put it on my transcript. Because I couldn't, if I got my transcript, it didn't say that I had my degree until like 2 weeks ago. You know, 2-3 weeks ago. So I was like, pfft, that ruins the fall semester for me. I was planning on going back in fall to get my next spend 2 years and get my next degree. Because I could make double my money right now. You know? Tarot Destroyer. Until you go to college, don't talk to me about fucking college. Honestly, don't talk to me about college, Tarot Destroyer. I really don't want to hear it. Go freaking pay for a degree. Tarot Destroyer tried to troll me a long time ago. Remember, Wendy? When I actually was reading tarot? If it's this, and I think it's the same person because they still have the same photo up. I think it's StreamYard because when I block them, I don't think it really connects with my channel. Oh well. If they keep coming back, it's fine. I'll keep blocking them. I don't care. Watch all you want. Try to troll me all you want. Try to make fun of my degree all you want. I fucking you know the person who's on top of me. I fucking have a job from my 2 degrees and about to be my 3rd. You know. Yeah, Yeah, they have nothing else to do. You got these Christians out there that hate anything to do with divination, and because my name's is Tarot Readings by Rochelle, they try to troll me all the time. I got trolled so much when I was doing readings. I have 100, my little tiny channel with 110 subscribers got trolled like nobody's business. My computer got hacked. In fact, I had to take my computer into one of my computer guys, and he freaking encrypted the crap out of it. Now it's even more difficult to even get into my computer now. Even from just logging in standpoint. But that's why I left YouTube, because I got hacked and people were trolling the crap out of me, and I was like, I'm just a tiny little channel with 110 subscribers. Why? Because I read tarot. Really? Whatever. I was like, I'm not even making money off of it. It wasn't even it's a hobby. It's not putting money in my pocket. It's just time. I just spent time here. Yeah, and just, that's what I gotta say. Those people they love to troll, they love to troll, they love to troll. You can get a degree from Baker College for $1,300. No, you can't. Good luck. Cost me a lot more money for that degree. A lot of freaking time. You know what? I wanted to quit so bad at the end. Whew, I wanted to die. I took my last class I ever took. I wanted to kill myself every day because I had so much homework. Whew. I vowed I never wanted to get another degree again. I was yeah. I was working I'm working full time at the office and coming home and trying to do that too on top of it. And you had to do work every day. She had an assignment every day. It was just nuts. Okay, report me for swearing. Where's these trolls coming from? I have 110 freaking subscribers. Leave me alone. See, Wendy, this is the reason why I stopped my channel. I can tell you why right now. Just the last 10 minutes. That's why. I can't stand people like that. I just can't. I don't have time. I wish I could find another platform other than YouTube where I can connect with everybody. I can't stand YouTube anymore. It was fun when I first started my channel, and then it got really draining and annoying. Because in the last 10 minutes, I've gotten 3 trolls. You know what I mean? Homework to me is mowing the grass. You know what I do? I pay a landscaper because I'm very allergic to everything outside, so mowing the grass is just it's absolute torture for me. You know what I mean? Not that Arizona has a lot of grass, we have a lot of weeds. But just even weeding, I can't do it. I have to hire somebody. I have to hire somebody to come do the weeds because the last time, so I got, this is a true statement, okay? The last time somebody in my office got flowers because it was their 50th anniversary or something, my eyes swelled shut. And I had to go home. It was interesting trying to drive home, with your eyes like this. You know what I mean? I was like, I got to the point where I told everyone in my office, I said, please do not bring flowers to the office. You're just gonna, unless I go home. Like, sorry. And it's true. You know, it's true. I can't do flowers or grass or anything, or even weeds. I'm allergic to it all. You know, and my dumb butt, I gotta tell you something. I'm really allergic to eucalyptus, but I love eucalyptus, okay? So I was like, I bought a bottle of eucalyptus essential oil. Well, it came in a pack, okay? Because I buy, essential oils all the time, right? And I was like, oh, eucalyptus, this is great! And my dumb butt threw it in my steam cleaner, and I cleaned my whole room with it. I washed my walls with it. Yeah. I wanted to die. I had to get out of my room for a while because that just whoo, threw me off. uh, yes, it can be bad for dogs, but I really watered it down. Yes, Mark, I am allergic to everything outside except for like 3 grasses and 3 weeds. And fun, you know what? It was fun doing that allergy test because my back was on fire. Eucalyptus can be toxic for dogs, yes, but at the time I didn't have dogs. Or the dogs that I have. I didn't have any dogs, really, so it wasn't a worry to me. I just forgot I was allergic. And then I was like, oh, crap! And I was kept, I kept wondering, I was like, why is my eyes so, like, itchy and watery today, like, I didn't think nothing of it. And then I was like, oh, the one thing I did, I cleaned my whole room in eucalyptus. Shoot. And then I ended up just like, you know what I mean? Like, an allergy test is not that bad, unless you're allergic to everything. And then I'm going to give you some advice, Wendy. If you're allergic to everything, Benadryl cream is your friend. And the softest body wash you can buy. Like, I think I bought like the oatmeal body wash because anything scrubbing your back, you're just like, ah! Like, yeah, it was horrible. I never want to do that again, but I have to do it again here shortly because your body changes. Your body chemistry changes every 5 years or 7 years, so somewhere in there. So I may not be allergic to some of these things. In fact, I got to tell you something. If you don't like a food from 5 years ago, or 7 years ago, you need to try it again because you might like it. So if you don't like peanut butter, 7 years from that point that you don't like peanut butter, try it again because your body chemistry changes every 5 or 7 years. No, it's not painful. It's not painful at all, Wendy. It's just if you're really allergic to things, um, it's like having an allergic reaction if you put too much chemicals on it. That's the best way to describe it. Because what it is they put oils on your back and then they just scratch. Like cat-like scratches, they have this tool that they... And then you'll get a rash if you're allergic, right? And then they'll put Benadryl, they'll clean all the oils off your back, and then they just put Benadryl cream on if you're allergic to anything. But your back is like, yeah, you'll swell and itch for a little bit. But your back is sensitive after that. So it's not painful, it's just like, you just had a severe rash, you know what I mean? Like if you're super allergic. Yeah, fasting does do that, but I don't have the patience for fasting. So, if your body has if you're allergic to a bunch of stuff like I am, like they did 75 little scratches on your back. Hi, Heidi Lynn. And, you know, 75 scratches on your back and you're allergic to all of them. It's like your back is a little sensitive to other chemicals. So that's why I said you want to get the softest oatmeal-like body wash. Because, you know, your back is like, okay, I've had enough. Like, anything else is going to send you back into a rash mode. You know what I mean? Like, so be very careful. Just treat your skin like it's a safe haven after you have it done. If you're super allergic to things, like I was. Because, hey! So everyone, Cindy is my coven mother. Say hi, Cindy. She's a wonderful person, and Heidi Lynn is her daughter. Not Tarot Destroyer. Have a good day. Oh. Oh, yeah. Cindy, I've already done the presentation. You're going to have to replay the beginning if you want to see it. Bye, Tarot Destroyer. I'm pretty sure they'll be back. They've been trolling for a while. Next time I need to join YouTube Studio and not StreamYard. I can give back my... I kind of took down my channel for a while, so all of my moderators kind of went away. And then I brought back up my channel. So... yeah, we're just BSing right now. Cindy. Raven. We're just BSing right now. Yeah, I did my presentation earlier on. I've just been BSing because all my subscribers, you know, I haven't seen them in forever. Really great presentation. A lot of people, you know, a lot of people loved it. I can't do it, Heidi Lynn, from here because I'm on StreamYard. StreamYard doesn't allow me to do mods. I have to go through YouTube Studio, and I'm not on YouTube Studio. I'd have to end my live to go through YouTube Studio. I'm not interested in it right now. I'll just keep blocking trolls until, I don't know, till they stop trolling. But it's funny. Tarot Destroyer is like, how many abortions have you had? I've never been pregnant. Okay, thanks. Okay, Wendy. You've been here for a while. I'll excuse you. Just kidding. Yeah. Jeez, oh Pete, why can't I get rid of this person? Cannot get rid of this Tarot Destroyer. Like, they think that they're bothering me. They're really not. All they're doing is just making me block them. You know? You know, Mark, trolls used to bother me a lot more than they do now. Because now I'm just like, you know, do you just have nothing better to do than come into my 110 subscribers? Or maybe it might be 112. I don't even know. It's talk crap, okay? He's freaking, this terrorist. Tarot Destroyer again. Did you have that much time on your hands where you have to keep making accounts just to troll somebody? You have too much time on your hands. Spicy, I'm happy for you. I'm happy that you're gonna be a grandma. I mean, I've never been married, so I told myself if I'm not married, I don't want to have kids. And now I'm 34, and I'm like, yeah, I'm too old for that. You know? I'm like, I'll be 60 by the time my kids grow up. Yeah, I'm good. I mean, kids are for people. I love other people's children. I just don't want any of my own. I never have. You know. There was a point in my time. Well, I shouldn't say that. Not that I never have. There was a point in time that I thought about it. Yeah, but I was engaged at the time. I thought I was going to get married, have the kid. You know, like the whole kit and caboodle. Get married, have kids. It just didn't work out. You know. Been married 0 times. I've had 0 kids. I got 2 degrees. I have a job. You know. In fact, I can't even keep a real boyfriend because, like, I'm starting to, like, my give a crap level is, like, starting to just, eh. And any moment that you show any red flag, I'm like, eh. See you later. I'm good. I don't want you. Because I'm just like, meh. My give a crap meter's just, I'm too old for that crap, you know? I've been single this long, you know. You know, miracles happen for a reason, Spicy, you know. Things don't always go according to plan. Like, I thought I'd be married with, like, 2 kids by now, and I'm 34. Yeah, I've never been married. No kids. I'm okay with it. In fact, you know, my 30th birthday, whoo! Whoa! I mourned my birthday. I won't even lie to you. I actually, like, did the whole death day scenario. I wore all black, you know, because I was like, I need to be married by the time I'm 30. Yeah, no, I didn't do that. I wore all black. I ended up staying home in a black room, crying my eyes out, like, and then you know what? I turned 31 and it was like no big deal. In fact, I have a coworker right now. She's turning 30 soon, and she's like, "I'm so sad," and I'm like, "Trust me, my 30th birthday was the worst birthday ever, because it's like I mourned my youth. I don't even know how to describe that, but like, and people are like, "Oh, 30's not that old," but like, when you're 29, you're like, "Yeah, things are great," and then you're like, "Oh, you hit 30," and it's like that's the scary age, you know? In your 20s, like 30s, your scary age, and now I think my scary age is like death. Like it's just another year. You know, once I die, then maybe that might be scary. You know what? I have my 2 dogs. I'm good. In fact, I just kind of got another dog. In fact, let me show you all her. Easy. The Snoot story that I just shared earlier, you know, like the dog that went out with the snoot. This is Daisy. That's her. She had the swollen snoot. She's a little chihuahua. I just woke her up right now, so she's not very happy. She was laying on my pillow. She was like, "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you waking me up?" No, single is not bad. She's like, "Ma, you just woke me up. Just so you could hold me. Please let me back in bed." I know, she's such a cute, you know, it's funny because, she's my brother's dog. My brother lives with me, but she just loves me, right? So when my brother ended up adopting, this is Daisy. She came from a shelter, and my brother, when he went to go get her, well, he was just looking for a dog, any dog, and then his girlfriend at the time loved her. So they went to go adopt her, but apparently there was like 5 people that wanted her. So they ended up putting all 5 in a hat and drew. the name of who's going to adopt this dog. And my brother won. In fact, he went to go pay for the adoption because you have to pay like a couple $100 here because they spay and neuter them and they microchip them and all sorts of things to adopt. And he went to go pay, and the woman offered him like 4 times what he was going to pay for her. And he's like, no. He's like, she was meant to be mine. So, yeah. But she's a female dog. She likes females. She's not a male. Like, you know how certain dogs will like gravitate to females or versus males? She loves to gravitate to females. And she's so funny when you watch like a movie with the animals in it. She'll get up on the table and she'll start barking. Like Babe the Pig was the first movie we found out because my mom loves Babe the Pig movie. It's a great movie for my mom. She went watching it. She found saw it on TV, so she went to click to watch it because it reminds my mom of our childhood because that was one of our favorite movies as a kid. And oh my goodness, she was like, Daisy's up on the trying to get on the entertainment center, but she can't because she's little. You know what I mean? My entertainment center is like huge, but. And she's trying to bark at the TV. And she's like watching the TV. Yeah, she's so cute. I love her. She's a great dog. Yeah, her name's Daisy. In fact, she's like looking at me like, hey, leave me alone. I was sleeping, woke me up. I was all comfortable. I made a pillow for it out of the blankets. She's so cute. She's 5 pounds, 5 or 6 pounds. And she was the one that I was talking about earlier that had the snoot problem. And we weren't sure that she got bit by a snake or not. Turns out she was just allergic to something. She is allergic like me. Yay! Dang. I've been out here almost 4.5 hours. My brother just sent me a photo. Wendy, my brother just sent me a photo. No, I think there's like 200. It's like really cheap to adopt animals here because there's a lot of animals. I mean, but they do neuter and they do shots and so it's like a couple $100 to adopt. Most of my dogs are adopted, so I don't buy, I adopt. And they pick me. I don't pick them. Like Fatty picked me. And Tazzy picked me. Daisy picked my brother, or my brother's girlfriend at the time. They broke up, but he got the dog because he technically paid for her. So. So yeah, and she ended up moving away, and so she couldn't keep her anyway. But my brother loves Daisy, but she's just my dog. Like, she loves sleeping with me. Which I wish she would sleep with my brother, because she loves to get right in your backside. I'm a turner. I love to turn all night long, and it's really hard, because it's like, I'm going to squish this dog. You know what I mean? So, Mark, your comment, bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Showed my Chevy to the levee when the levee was dry. That's all I got stuck in my head now. Thanks. Thanks, Mark. Man, I've been talking forever. I'm almost out of water again. Guys. Gals. This is a 32-ounce cup, too. It's because I talk so much. I wish somebody else was here so they could talk. You know? Now I got that song stuck in my head. Thanks a lot, Mark. I'll be singing that all day tomorrow. Even though it's a good song. It's a good song. It's okay, Raven. Technical difficulties happen. I'm shocked my troll hasn't came by again. Saying you can buy a degree for like $400. Or $1,000 or whatever. Well, look, another area flood watch. Yay. Holy crap! Breaking news! Yay! I'm so excited for her! Sorry. Sorry, I follow this girl on TikTok. Her son got killed, and she wanted justice for her son. He got shot. It was a mass shooting kind of thing, and nobody. The case has been open for like almost a month, and they didn't have anybody, like nobody, didn't have any like even people of interest, because it's kind of like a drive-by shooting kind of thing. Apparently, I just saw on breaking news that he turned himself in, so that's good news for her. She's gonna get the justice she deserves on that one. And he was only 18. He had just turned 18, you know, or he was just gonna turn 19. I'm sorry, he was 18. He was a day away from his 19th birthday when he got shot. So it was just so sad. Um, I can't imagine what she's going through. That's heartbreaking. To lose your kid, right when he graduates high school, and just a year later, you know, he had his whole life ahead of him. It's a good song, yeah, Mark. It's a great song. Oh, I got that song stuck in my head. I have like a little news channel on the bottom of my screen, so anything breaking news, it's like, breaking news! Da, 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 da. You're going to be under a flood. And here's this other story. See you back at 2. You know? Yeah, well. I'm almost out of water, guys. I think I need to end my live as soon as I'm out of water. Even though I said I was going to end it 2 hours ago. This is what happens. I just get sucked into this YouTube thing because more people keep coming in. You know, and then it's like, I haven't seen you in a while. Hi, how's it going? And then I get talking for another hour. And I'm like, oh, man. You know? This will be the day that I die. I got the song stuck in my head now. Thanks, Mark. I don't even know why that song just popped in my head. It's like, bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Maybe one day I'll do tarot readings again. Maybe. But there's so much stuff that I want to talk about. Maybe for another day. I'm going to have Kevin the IT guy on probably a couple more times, because him and I have a lot of things that we want to discuss. Just, we haven't got to it yet. Maybe I can find some other guest stars. I don't know. Not a lot of people want to get on camera, though. That's the problem. Like, I have so many cool friends, I have so many cool things to say, and they're all like, I don't want to get on camera. You know? Ah! I did a Hotel Cecil special a while, maybe a refresher course on that one. Give me some ideas, people. What do y'all want to see? Like, today was a special thing, because, you know, I was feeling fired up about it. I dropped a glass in my kitchen. Breaking news! Yeah, that's breaking news. You know what? You know what? That's breaking news worthy. Ha! Ha! That is breaking news worthy. You know what? I've done that before, you know. In fact, I was cleaning out my old car and I had some stones in my car, and one of my stones fell on the tile and broke into pieces today. Some rocks. I was like, oh man. Luckily, it's easy to go get another rock. It's not a big deal, but. Apparently, I have a pair of tweezers underneath my keyboard. Kevin is a great friend. Him and I talk all the time. He's very, we talk about a lot of things, a lot of different controversial subjects. He's got some great psychic friends. Maybe I can get one of them to come on. I don't know. I don't know if she'd be interested. Raven, text me where you are. I might be able to come get you if you're stranded. Spicy, no. They're not together. I don't think they're together. I don't know. I'd have to ask. I don't think so, though. Where are you, Raven? Text me. I'll come get you. You're not that far. I mean, if you're in Tucson. Unless you're in Phoenix or something. Are you stranded because of the rain? Or is it something else? Because I have jumper cables too in my car if you need that. Oh, I know she's not happy about it. I don't know, Spicy. I don't know what their relationship status is at the moment. I don't really ask. It's not my business. You know? If he wants to tell me, he'll tell me. If he doesn't want to tell me, I don't ask. Do some politics for beginners. I love history. Oh, that would be so hard. I'll give you some 101. You know, women used to actually rule, you know, but, you know, in the 1700s and beyond, or before that. That one would be a hard one, Mark. Politics for beginners. Because, I mean, how far do I want to go back? You know what I mean? Like, politics has been around for a very long time. Very long. Like, even ancient Rome had politics, you know? So, more ideas. What should I do? What should my next topic be? Politics might be a little. It might take me a while to put together. That's not gonna be something that's gonna be easy. I'm over politics too, Spicy. I'm so. I'm so over it. You know what? I'm over government at this point. I'm so over all these government people. All of them are corrupt, not just one. But you have no idea how like I am over politics. Can't believe I've been on 4 hours and 45 minutes. Hey, guys, I need to get up and stretch. Get out of this chair. And my incense stopped burning. Oops. Alright, I need some more water and I need to use the restroom, so I'll be back. Okay, please move. Oy, oy, oy. Man, 4 hours and 48 minutes, and I've been through so much water. It's like my throat is so dry today. I didn't, what did I miss? I'm a little like lost. Got water all over me. Apparently my lid wasn't on. You know, I haven't cooked in a while. I need to cook. I don't even, you know what I really want to do? Maybe I'll do it, because I found a really cool I need to get to the Chinese market or the Asian market here because I found a really cool recipe for crock pot chicken curry. Thai chicken curry or chicken, yeah, chicken something curry, and it looked really good. But I don't have a lot of the ingredients, so I was like, I'll get over to the Asian market, and then I never did. I should need like some sort of pepper that's not just readily available in any other grocery store. So I hope that they have it. Maybe I'll do that. I'll do a live where I cook that curry. Uh, I could make candle. I haven't made that many. The last candle I made was with my cousin. We made a row candle, save row, and some other candles. But I haven't really made many candles either. I don't even know how much wax I would even have to make candles. But I could buy more wax and make some candles. No big deal if you guys want to see that again. I love to cook, but I make a huge mess when I cook. So it's like it's a catch for me too. I hate doing dishes, but I love to cook. You know. But the whole crock pot thing, I was like, yeah, I don't have that many dishes. I can just throw it on the crock pot. You know, let it cook in the crock pot. Do a little video afterwards about how it tastes. So I have to tell you something so funny, guys. It just came to my mind. Has anyone seen the Dr. Oz crudité video? So Dr. Oz is represented in Pennsylvania. He used to live in New Jersey, but he bought a house specifically in Pennsylvania to run. Because, you know, he's just that rich. And he goes to the grocery store. I'd almost have to show it to you guys, because it's just so funny. The Dr. Oz crudité thing. If you haven't seen it, I will show it to you. It's just so funny. Oh, man. I really want you to read a book, Mark. It's called The Three Waves of Volunteers in the New Earth. It does talk about aliens. You haven't seen it? Oh, Spicy Lady! Let me find it on YouTube. I have, because it's so hilarious. I will share my screen on this one because it's hilarious how far he's from the people in Pennsylvania. Okay, I found it. You guys have to watch this. This is so. I'm going to show you the first video, and then I'm going to show you his candidate's response. It's so hilarious. Okay.
Meet Google Pixel 6a, the smarter phone that can see in the dark with night sight.
Now, live from your...
Can you all hear it? Could you hear the live? I don't want to go too much further if you can't hear it. Just put a Y in chat if you can hear it. Okay.
Local news source. This is ABC 27 News at 5.
Good evening, I'm Dennis Owen.
I'm Melissa Richards. So glad you're with us. Well, the eyes of the nation are on Pennsylvania's U.S. Senate race. Whoever wins replaces retiring Republican Pat Toomey, and they could decide the balance of power in Washington.
The fight figures to intensify in the fall, but right now, Republican Oz and Democrat John Fetterman are in a social media war.
My wife wants some vegetables for crudité, right? So here's a broccoli. That's $2. Not a ton of broccoli there. There's some asparagus. That's $4.
Mehmet Oz blaming Democrats for the high cost of groceries. May have cost himself.
That's $20 for crudité. This doesn't include the tequila. I mean, that's outrageous.
Saying crudité, not veggie tray, means he's not one of us, Democrats say.
Okay, so I gotta show you the I gotta show you the response video. I had it lined up, sorry. So this is the response.
The Pennsylvania Senate race, Democrat John Fetterman, leading the state, has demonstrated from the get-go a very clear vision of how to run against his Republican opponent, millionaire TV doctor Mehmet Oz. Paint him as a rich, out-of-touch buffoon who does not live in, nor understand, the state he is ostensibly running to represent. Back in April, Oz released a video, sort of standard stuff, attacking Democrats for high prices at the grocery store, and it has resurfaced this week.
So I did some grocery shopping. I'm at Wegner's, and my wife wants some vegetables for crudité, right? So here's a broccoli. That's $2. Not a ton of broccoli there. There's some asparagus. That's $4. Yep. Carrots. That's $4 more. That's $10 of vegetables there, and then guacamole, that's $4 more. And she loves salsa. Yeah, salsa there. $6? Must be a shortage of salsa. Guys, that's $20 for crudité. This doesn't include the tequila. I mean, that's outrageous. We got Joe Biden to thank for this.
Oh, I've watched that like 40 times now. It just keeps paying off. First, there's no store called Wegner's, which is what he says he's at. Oz probably meant to say Redner's, which is a Pennsylvania-based supermarket chain, but got it confused with Wegmans, which is a fancier grocery chain in Pennsylvania and throughout the Northeast, with many locations in New Jersey, where Oz, of course, actually lives. And so Redner's and Wegmans became Wegner's. Didn't end there. Oz was trying to make the point that inflation was causing higher bills at the supermarket. And his choice of crudité, a French raw vegetable platter, was not the most relatable shopping experience. Oz chose a head of broccoli, a bunch of asparagus, and a very large bag of full-size carrots. You can get those little, cocktail ones. But when he realized the grand total was not that expensive, you could almost see him kind of panic midway through and go for the pre-made guacamole and salsa to just get those numbers up. Fetterman has been having an absolute field day with the video since it resurfaced earlier this week.
In PA, we call this a veggie tray. And if this looks anything other than a veggie tray to you, then I am not your candidate. And I'm serious, Dr. Oz doesn't even know the name of the grocery store that he's in.
Fetterman campaign is also now selling these Wegner's stickers captioned "Let them eat crudité," which have contributed to a more than $500,000.
Oh, yeah. So that was everybody. Because I haven't seen this type of politics in forever. Hi Beth, how's it going? So yeah, it's funny. Let them eat crudité. So Dr. Oz's response to Fetterman and the veggie tray is, I was tired, so I misnamed the store, and I thought crudité is a word I used because I thought it was funny. You know what I mean? Like, he's just so out of touch. But I find it hilarious because John Fetterman is just like, you know what? Screw videos about what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna here you go. Here's how out of touch he is. I find it hilarious. Not that I'm really big into politics, but I just found that you don't see that with many politicians anymore. You know, usually they're like, "Oh, this side's so bad," blah, 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 blah. You know. Spicy, I said the same thing. I was like, it's a veggie tray. Like, what? But I'm wondering what he uses the tequila for, because is he going to put salsa, guacamole, and tequila as the dip? Like, okay. That doesn't include the tequila. Or is he going to drink the tequila? I don't know. I was like, what's this mean? How's this made? I mean, I wouldn't want to put guacamole, salsa, and tequila together. That doesn't sound good. Ugh. Actually, that sounds pretty bad. That wouldn't even be a good dip for veggies. For asparagus, carrots, and broccoli. Ooh. Yeah. And it's funny, you know, people don't understand politics. Joe Biden has nothing to do with the inflation at the grocery store. Nothing at all. Congress sets tariff prices and everything like that. So they set all taxes of, you know, goods being imported. I mean, he can do an executive order, but I mean, Congress can overthrow it very easily. So it's just so funny. People don't understand, like, their forms of government. You know? Let's just eat. He made $500,000 off of that sticker. Let's just have them eat crudité. And they also got, you know, advertising for the grocery store. It was pretty funny. We were, a lot of things, Wendy. We were talking about Dr. Oz and John Fetterman. Oh, maybe they used to flamboy the veggies. I didn't think of that. That would be a good idea. Well, but tequila wouldn't even be good to do that with. You know? Maybe a little bit of... Because it's really strong. It's really strong alcohol. You know, I have no idea what the tequila's for. Drinking, dip, flamboyant, the vegetable. What do you use a tequila for, okay? Please explain. You know? Please explain. Because it's just... What? Crudité. Have a good night, Raven. Let me know when you get home. Yeah, I saw that video and I can't stop watching it because it's so funny. And you know, Dr. Oz, he's the worst candidate because he owns like 10 houses. He has no idea, you know, he has no idea what the people in Pennsylvania want. He just moved to Pennsylvania to go run. Like... I mean, all politicians are fake, Beth. No matter what party you are. Tequila mice, you know what? Hot toddies work really well, Wendy. Hot toddies work really well. And they do cure a lot of things. You know, a lot of natural medicine works a lot better than any of this synthetic crap. Saltwater gargles will help a sore throat as well. But you gotta be careful not to drink the salt water because you might have some diarrhea. Sorry, just saying. Trump's never gonna run again. I guarantee you, because he's not... He was bought and paid for in the beginning, and he's not going to be... He's somebody that nobody can control. That's the problem. I'm telling you that right now. Trump will never run again. Because you guys don't understand that it's not the Republicans, it's not the Democrats that run the government. It's high business. The 1%ers. And if you don't do what they want, you're gone. Simple. Trump was one of those people that didn't, you know, he'll take the money all day long, but he's not going to do what you ask. Sorry. And you all may hate me for saying it, but it's the truth. I'm not a Trump fan because I know I can see beyond everything. Like, meh. I'm not a government fan at all. Any form of government is bought and paid for. Sorry. It's the truth. It takes $2 billion to become president. What do you think's bought and paid for? It's not us average citizens giving them money. It's the 1%. And you think they're not doing it? Oh, you need to do this for me, so I'll give you $500,000 if you do this for me. Blah, 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 blah. Spicy Lady, I don't think we're going to have a government past 2024. That's your theory, Beth. That's not mine. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, Spicy Lady. Mark my words. Biden's going to step down by the end of this year. Maybe by fall. Maybe before November. I'm feeling like it's before November, but if not, slightly after November 5th or whatever, or 6th, or after the voting, and then Harris is going to take his place, and everyone's going to hate Harris. In fact, there's going to be some massive protest because she's in office. Massive. Like, people are going to be so angry she's in office. And people are just going to get so mad that she's in office, and then we're going to kind of have a little bit of a shortage of food and water. So, no, Trump was not the best president we've ever had, Beth. We're going to have some serious food and water shortages, and it's just going to the French Revolution is going to be the only thing, that's going to happen. It's going to be the French Revolution all over again. We're going to actually overthrow our government. I don't know if it's peaceful or not. I can't tell. But just watch. That's my theory. Because right after Harris, they're just going to be like, we don't need government. You're going to see a lot of scandals with all the government people. And you're seeing it now. Trump's part of it, but you're also seeing Matt Gaetz. He's getting that human trafficking or, this child trafficking thing. There's some shit going on with Senator Cruz. There's some shit going on with the Biden laptop. You're going to see a lot of that start resurface, start coming up, and you're going to see the Epstein list had a lot of Democrats and Republicans on it. They're all being investigated. You're going to see a lot of that going on. You're going to see how corrupt the government is probably by fall. You're going to be like, what? I voted for these people? No, it's not, Beth. It's not illegal. He had secret documents in his house that he was supposed to return, and they did an official warrant, but you're just going to see a lot of shit happen. So, Spicy Lady, here's where it gets interesting. There's going to be no government anywhere. And you're noticing that it's not being very well televised, but China has already assassinated one of their leaders. In fact, the UK's already overthrown one of their leaders. Canada's going to get rid of Trudeau. Like, it's going to start happening everywhere. It's not just us. Like, everywhere is going to be like, government, screw you. It's all going to just be like, whatever. I can, it's going to go back to, like, common sense law, where it's like, you don't really need these leaders. Just watch. And so you're going to see every single politician that's ever ran, ever ever been in office, they're all covering stuff up for themselves and each other. That's what it is. It's just, they all did shit, they all did crimes, and they're all covering it up. And because they have the money and the power, they're not being thrown in jail, you know? You're gonna see that. Like, and you know what I said earlier in my live, you might have missed it, Spicy. When Mar-a-Lago got raided, you should have seen the certain politicians. As soon as they said that they were in his safe, certain politicians freaked the fuck out on Twitter. You know, they were like, defund the FBI, oh my gosh! Like, okay. And the funny thing is, I'm sure they're really regretting not putting Merrick Garland on the Supreme Court right now. It's not a fake movie, Beth. It's all happening. See the news. In fact, there's like 32 lawsuits against Trump right now, and it's Trump's just the first one to go down. I mean, you're going to see a lot of other politicians get the same shit. You know, justice is coming for all of them. That's all I gotta say. And they're like, "Oh, what about Biden laptop? That's coming soon. Give it about a month or two. It'll resurface." You know. I think they're even going to go after Bill and Hillary, too, as well. I have a gut feeling, because Bill was on the Epstein list, and I don't think the whole server thing was ever resolved with the Hillary thing. I think that's the next two that are going to pop up. Just mark my words. Between Biden's son and the Clintons on the Epstein list, and then you got the human trafficking senators. Spicy lady, yes, I do have some advice for you. September is going to get really bad. And there's going to be a lot of food shortages and water shortages. You need to get some stable shelf stuff, like rice and beans probably. Maybe some cases of water, and do it before September. Because prices are going up. Very going up. And I'm not saying that as a conspiracy theory. I'm telling you as a friend who has many farmers. That's what they do for a living. A price of hay, like just example, a price of a bale of hay used to be $7 to $10. Now it's $27. A bag of grain used to be less than $20. It's now $55. And you think that we started? Okay, so you have a ranch and farm, so you know what I'm talking about with the hay and the grain. So if you have a ranch and farm, things have gone up significantly in the feed department. And maybe I'm off a little bit on the numbers, but this is just kind of like the gist of that I've been getting. Is it's really expensive. I mean, Beth, you can believe what you want. I don't really care if Trump goes down or not. The whole point is everybody needs to wake up that, you know, they're all fucking corrupt. Fertilizer and chemicals, yes, and diesel. Yeah, they've all gone up. Everything's gone up. And so, Spicy Lady, there's been 12 fires. You know, when you're, as a farmer, you can relate to this. As a farmer, if you do crops or anything, you take it to the grain. You harvest your fields, and then you take it to this grain storage facility, and you get your money, right? 12 of those facilities have caught on fire recently and have lost their storage facilities. You know. Yeah, elevator. That's the word. Thank you. Thank you, Spicy. The 12 elevators have gone down, and now with the droughts and the elevators and the cost, things are going to go Just watch. It's going to happen in September. Just mark my words. You know? Thank you for reminding me. It's elevator. Couldn't remember the word. I was like, it's that storage thing. So, yeah, the elevator. Other than that, the only other advice I have is stay in a high vibration. Don't let news and politics get you down. And be with love. Come at everything with love and understanding, because you're going to see a lot of things come through the pass, you know. Other than that, war is going to happen. It's inevitable. World War III's already kind of started. Well, not only the bird flu, have you heard about E. coli in Michigan and Ohio, I think it was? Yeah, that also happened at the, on beef and chicken. And then they're also shutting down meat plants for having this weird chemical that comes from rain. Wendy? Ooh, that's a good one. I don't know on this one. Surround yourself with lots of rose quartz, I guess, and try to get rid of the negative energy as much as you can. Salt might be your friend, Wendy. Salt's pretty cheap to buy, though. Or if you make eggs. Do you eat eggs, Wendy? Just save your eggshells, dry them up, and grind them up and just spread them outside your house. That's a good idea. You don't have to buy anything. And it doesn't ruin the environment either. Actually, it's really good for plants. Salt can be really harsh on the environment. No, I was thinking that you should salt your doorways, but you know what? I came up with a better solution just now. The eggs. Because salt can be very harsh on the environment, and it can kill things so that they don't grow back. You don't want that. Just eggshells. Dry your eggshell. When you make eggs, just dry your eggshells, grind them up, and just spread them outside around your house. You know. It's really good for the environment. It puts calcium in the soil, and you're not spending any money because you're already making the eggs. You know. For breakfast, lunch, or whatever. So when you make eggs, just save the eggshells, dry them out, blend them, use a blender, sprinkle them outside. Candles works. You know. Incense, if you have that, but some people don't. In fact, my incense stopped burning. What else was I going to say? I don't know if you have sage. Sage might, but sage is really harsh because it takes out all energy. And you always have to bring it back with something sweet. You know. I'm not saying white sage. White sage is bad. Don't do that. I'm saying like maybe local sage. Or even, you can, they do make like these sweetgrass too. You can do that. What essential oils? You could do lavender essential oil. That's beautiful. It smells great too. Lavender is like the be-all, end-all. It covers like 75% of things. Another one. I'm trying to think. Negative energy. Lavender would also bring a calmness to it too, I guess. Yeah, lavender's good. Lavender's good for a lot of things. I keep lavender handy like all the time. I have like 14 bottles of freaking essential oil lavender laying around everywhere. Like, it's good for everything. It's like 75% of things lavender. I'm telling you. What else can you do? You can do bath too, but you don't have time for baskets because you got kids. You know what else you could do? Get a satchel. Make a satchel. If you have an old shirt or something and just, close it up with sewing, and just put some herbs in there and just, put it on your shower as you take a shower. Basil would be good. Cinnamon, another good one. Stuff that this is all stuff you should have in your cabinets, What other one would be good? Cloves. If you have cloves, that'd be really good. If you have cloves, just put a clove in your satchel as you take a shower. Or a mesh bag. What else can you do? Clove essential oil would be good too, because it dispels negative energy. I think I've given you as much as I can think off of the top of my head. Without going to my herbalism book, which is right here. Oh, shoot. What just fell? Oh, my cookies. Gotta have the cookies. Marigold. There's another one. Yeah, so what's going to happen, Spicy, is people are going to start having food and water shortages. It's been happening for a while, and you notice that your grocery stores are not as packed as they should be. It's going to happen even more in September, because the supply chain's going to kind of like... that's the best way to describe it. And it's the French Revolution all over again. When people are starving and can't afford groceries, they got nothing left to lose, man. And when people don't have anything to lose in America, where they all have guns, what do you think's gonna happen? I'm not gonna say it out loud, because I don't want to be banned off of YouTube, but, I mean... figure it out. When do I think it'll end? 2024. Probably the spring of 2024. That's when it's going to end. Spicy, I'm sorry, I misread your question. So far, that's what I'm seeing. I've seen the beginning and I've seen the end. I don't know what the middle is going to be, so I think the middle is still fluid. I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen in the middle. Yeah, we do have pew-pews. Got a whole safe of them. Personally. I mean, that's another thing. Get your guns. Make sure they're nice and clean and ready to go. That's all I gotta say. Because you never know when you gotta leave. I think the whole Harris thing coming into office is really gonna start... I mean, tensions are gonna get high. You're already noticing they're getting high, because, I mean, even the Republicans are, like, ready to start civil war, Certain Republicans are talking about civil war. So, I mean, tensions are high, And they're just going to get higher when the food shortages come, They're just going to be like, people are not going to care. And it's just, there's so much. Spicy, she's gonna be the president. I'm telling you, Joe Biden. So what's gonna happen is Hunter Biden stuff is gonna come out. Joe's gonna get sick, and he's gonna step down. Just watch my words. Hunter is gonna see some DOJ stuff pretty soon. It's actually, I think it might be, it's between September and October. It's gonna start coming out. Not good ways either. It's not going to be good for anybody involved anyway. I mean, all it is going to expose the corruption for what it is. So, that's all. I mean, Merrick Garland is he's got a 100% success rate ever since he became a federal judge. So he's very slow to action. You know, but once he starts calling into action, things are gonna go, you know. I'm telling you, people are gonna look at it and be like, government sucks. All forms of government. They're all, see, the thing is, there is no right and left. That's just a delusion, guys. They're all in each other's pockets, and they're all being funded by the same 1%. Okay? I keep telling people, I've been saying this for 20 years. Or, I'm sorry, 10 years. I've been saying it for 10 years. The 1% rules the freaking country. Even George Carlin said it. You know? And the problem is, you know, I know Beth loves Trump, but another reason why Trump is not going to be in office is because he's part of the 1%, and because he's part of the 1%, he was easily bought and paid for in 2016 when he was there, but he's got his own money, so that, you know, he's like, but I don't have to follow your stuff. I can do whatever I want, and they don't like that. They're not going to like that. Right now, he's currently big, but he's not going to stay big forever. There's going to be a lot more stuff coming out about him. Watch. Even his most loyal people will probably not be loyal to him. Just watch. And it's not that I hate him as a person. I just know who he is as a leader. I mean, they're all, like, if you watch a reversing Roe, every single politician has changed their stance on all these issues, all these major issues, because of the votes. Even the abortion, pro-life, pro-choice, they've changed, they've all changed their views. They're either pro-life in the beginning and then become pro-choice, or they're pro-choice in the beginning and become pro-life. Watch it. Watch Reversing Roe. It's on Netflix. But people don't understand, Roe was more than just abortions. It was way more. There was a lot of things that were in Roe that gives us the freedoms that we have today. Freedom of medical privacy. HIPAA was based on Roe. Disability Act, based on Roe. All these acts were based on Roe. You know, contraception, Roe type of decision. Marrying who you want, without the government being in your face. Hey, Cheryl. Roe. You know. I mean, Roe is a pretty big, important thing. And you want to know why? Oh, and the mandatory vaccines not being a thing because of Roe. Now, if they want mandatory vaccines, there's no body, no choice. Exactly. Spicy, there is no medical privacy right now. And the overturning a Roe made it worse. you know, it did. It just, you know, made it worse. I'm telling you. And it's just going to get worse. They're going to try to... Women were just the first section. They're going to strip... Moore v. Harper is going to strip your voting rights away. They already got gay marriage on the table. They got the Indian Child Welfare Act on the table in October. Those are already cases that they took. I think that wasn't planned. I'm going to overturn Roe, and then I'm going to take all these other rights. They've already taken away tribal sovereignty. You know? You don't need separation of church and school anymore. That's one decision I really think that they should... That's in the Constitution, man. Amendment 1. You know? But I tell everybody, since there's no separation of church and school, I invite those, atheists and those Buddhists and Muslims to do their prayers in school. Why not? Maybe they'll change the rule back. Just saying. Sorry. That's how I feel. Like, if you're going to make one religion okay to do in school, all of them have to be. But I bet you as soon as somebody does it, they're going to have a hissy fit. Watch. You have no idea how much I hated that decision, too. Lauren Boebert, she doesn't even have a high school diploma. She got her GED in 2020. She got into Congress, I think, in 2018 or 2019. She didn't even have her high school degree before even becoming a congresswoman. Seriously. That's how low our standards are, people. That's how low it is. You don't even need a high school diploma to be a congresswoman. Seriously. Maybe I should go be a congresswoman. Maybe. Maybe I'd be good at it. Not. It's so sad. The amount of, stupidity in politics is just... I don't know. Has anybody noticed that, I've just, all the things that they're saying right now, I'm just like, are you that stupid? Really? It really makes me fear for the country. If you're running the show and you're that stupid, I don't get it. That separation of church and state junk, that was in a letter. It's not in the Constitution. That was Lauren Boebert. Her wonderful non-high school diploma butt. I was like, oh, that's Amendment 1, sweetheart. First Amendment in the Constitution. But no, she skips to the Second Amendment. Gotta have those pew-pews. In fact, she takes pictures of the pew-pews and her kids for Christmas. That's her. The right to bear arms is, people skip past the First Amendment and go straight to the right to bear arms. What? Thank you, Wendy. It's almost bedtime for me, man. I need to get off here. I've been here 5 hours and 34 minutes. I need to go, watch a movie and clear my head. Good night, Wendy. But alright, everyone. I am serious this time. I've got a headache. And I'm just rambling on for, the last 3 hours. So, I think it's time to sign off. And clear my head and go to bed. Maybe I'll do some cooking later. Thank you all for coming and joining. It was nice to see you, Spicy. I haven't seen you in a long time. Wendy, always love you. Cheryl, love you too. Mark, he probably left. Love ya. Good night. You can tell that I'm starting to drain here, man. I'm like, ugh. 5.5 hours is my limit. I haven't seen all of you, and I missed y'all, but 5.5 hours, I'm done. Talked a lot. I've done a lot of information. My head's just... Love y'all. See you on the next one. I don't know when that'll be, but see y'all on the next one.